stream, and we are green. So it should be going. Whoops, I need to flip screens, and I won't hear him when he joins, so.
That's fine.
Let me do this. I'll just put on some music for a moment. I will stop this music I'm playing for stream. When we get going here, because I gotta flip. And also, I fixed your guys' names. They're not blurry anymore. I still
on stream.
Yeah, I fixed your names because
What was the problem in the first place?
I don't know. I went through all the settings. I checked every one of them. I flipped one back and forth. I'm like, I don't know what happened. So I just erased them and redid them, and they came out perfectly fine. So I don't know what changed, if there was something in the text. I thought maybe the font was changed. No, none of it was changed. I didn't touch any of it because I compared it to his, and I looked at yours guys, and I'm like, no, they're all the same. So I don't know what was wrong with the text. It might have been a conversion over or something, but this is where I started them most of the time, and then converted it over for like Streamlabs. So, and then I just rearranged the pictures and your names around a little bit. That way, a little more uniform, and mine just kind of sits up there in the top, out of the way. Although I'm thinking I might change the text around up there. Not the name, but the other. And hopefully I won't need to use the cover at all. Yeah, because it sits over too far anyway. So you guys will get to actually see the dice rolls without me having to flip it back and forth there. Yay! It'll be a lot easier. But since you two are here, and then Baja will show up, we can get started if you guys want.
I'm fine with it.
Let me put on, where did it go? I don't remember what that was. I don't care. I'll leave it for now. For a split second, I thought music was playing. Sorry, there was a motorcycle going by outside, it sounds like. It was loud. But, alright. This is episode 13. I think it should be 13 now. I straightened the numbers out. Let's see. Episode 13, Transformers, our D&D campaign, Unlimited Power. I have Overload and Gilgamesh here. We're doing a Q&A right now. Surprise, guys. No, I'm kidding. Put you on the spot. But no.
I'd be down with it if we actually had people asking questions.
Yeah. Like, if anybody joins us, you can ask questions right now. It's a live Q&A. No. Not right now. No. Unless we get more people. But maybe more people would show up if I say there's a contest eventually coming up, so. But we'll see. Let's see. We are on the Phoenix currently with the crew. They had just picked up a new member, Void Striker, who is an old acquaintance of Overload, our soldier. Gilgamesh is sitting up in the cockpit of the ship, the bridge, with Carbine and Aegis hanging out up there, while Void Striker is down in the lab, which is now also the lab for him to work in, as well as work with Felix and Micron, who is currently being watched and kept a check on because he had a bit of a control issue with him, as Blend is currently contained to his quarters and doesn't want to hurt anybody, but there is a chip inside of him that is possibly going to compromise the rest of the missions that they have. Hi, Galaxy Star Queen. Yeah, I'm going to start trying to acknowledge sometimes. With Blend contained in there, Void Striker sent in his little buddy to kind of keep him in check. So he has to stay on him and keep him from being taken over again. The rest of the crew, along with Felix, were cleared, and everybody else is cruising along. The triplets are down in the engine bay, cleaning it up, making sure it's running. Overload's playing a very advanced form of Cybertronian Mahjong, so, you know, going to be doing something fun there. With that, we're cruising through space at a nice, easy pace. They're headed to an old place that where it all began. We're going back to Sparky's. So let's start out with Overload. I want to start with you since you're playing Cybertron Mahjong. How is that going? I just want to know.
I hate smart games.
Did you smash the table again?
Oh,
Do I have to send the triplets up to look?
baby.
From up at the bridge, all three of you are sitting there and you hear this smash sound from the back at the galley. And you see Aegis kind of lean around Gilgamesh and go, did he just break something? Kind of look. That's you don't know what he's saying, but even Carbine's just sitting on you going, what was that?
I I obviously can't understand him, but I can read his body language, and I go, yeah, probably.
Just shakes his head and turns back. With all that, is there anything Overload you would like to do right now? Other than play Cybertronian Mahjong, is there any other tasks you want to do on the ship while you're sitting back there?
I guess check on supplies. Yeah, it's been a while since I've actually done that.
You can go down. A lot of the crew, whoops, no, actually, a lot of the crew is still mostly gone into charge right now after all the ordeal that they've been dealing with. Blend is still, you can check on the supplies down in the cargo bay. Steel has them organized. You can tell where everything's at and it's labeled. So you can find it, you can check how much everything is and see what's around.
Yeah, so I'll go on and check on supplies,
All right.
see what we're running low on.
Okay, while you're doing that, we're going to jump over to Gilgamesh. What do you want to do, Gilgamesh?
I believe when we ended last episode, Carbine wanted to continue our training.
Yes. Yes, she does.
So after I've checked over the sensors and make sure we're still on course, I'm going to leave it on autopilot, and we're going to head back, and we're going to continue our meditations.
And Aegis is still sitting up at the cockpit, or I keep calling it the cockpit. It's the bridge. At the other seat, he just kind of waves at you like, go ahead. He's just monitoring everything and keeping checks on it.
I nod to him knowingly, and we'll continue onward.
All right. So with that, where do you want to do your training at?
I believe we were doing our meditations in my quarters, right?
Oh, yeah, you can. Or the galley should be empty, although minus a table might be broken. But that's in the lounge part, so you could always use that too if you wanted.
You know what? Sure, we'll do it there.
All right. So you both make your way to the galley. You convert the table and the chairs all fold everything. Just kind of does that familiar, and it folds into the floor, and you don't even know the table's there. You have the whole galley floor area to work with. It's quiet. You just hear the rumbling of the ship. The triplets, you can hear them cleaning, but it's very light sounds. You hear them doing stuff because they're still cleaning up scorch marks from all over the place and trying to make sure things aren't broken back there that they might have missed.
All right, so yeah, I will just sit down and I'll have Carbine sit in front of me, and we will go into a meditative state.
So you all fall into. Let's hopefully this plays. There it goes. This state, you immediately kind of fall into it. getting more adept at falling into this trance state where you share this link. She is standing there again in front of you. But something's a little, you'll see something a little different about her. She's standing a little more confident. She's looking at you like, I'm ready. Let's do this kind of look.
How has her sword training actually been progressing in terms of skill?
She's improving. You swear that the last time you did, she seemed to improve a great deal. She's eager to learn, so she's progressing a little faster than you thought she would.
Your sword skills are progressing. Quite happy. But your sword skills alone are not going to take you as far as you need to go. To master your fear, you need to be able to expect the unexpected. I think you're ready. Do you?
She pulls the sword off of her, and it's glowing. Ready.
I'm going to be upfront with you, Carbine. I'm going to begin using all of my skills. Most of these skills, as you know, are designed to deceive, off balance, and frighten. You have to be ready to take on anything. And to do that, I'm going to give you everything I have. Are you prepared?
You see her hesitate a little bit. I think so. No, yes, I am. I have to be ready for this. Teach me. And you can see her strike the sword to the ground and it sparks up.
I appreciate the enthusiasm. I'll extend my right arm outwards, my palm down, and a metallic black katana is going to begin to form into my hands. It's a solid obsidian steel black that has a red energon tip at its blade. And as soon as it forms into my hand, it cracks on and the energon snaps and just... And I slowly will bring it to me, and I'm going to assume it in a two-handed stance.
She takes her stance. It's very similar to yours. And she's got a hold of her sword.
A swirl of darkness is going to begin. And I'm going to bring this up here so you can see this. I cast darkness. So swirling around me, darkness begins to swirl, and I feel a 15-foot radius surrounding me. And even with her dark vision, she cannot see inside the sphere of darkness.
Okay. She's looking a little nervous, but she's still holding her pose. And she's watching this swirl, she can't see. But
my two tendrils from my other form are going to pierce out from the darkness and snap out down in front of her.
She jumps back and
and I immediately charge out of the darkness.
With that, she's ready for you to strike at any moment. She's trying to anticipate everything you're doing right now.
Do you want me to throw an attack?
Yeah, please do.
Okay.
She's waiting for it because you're attacking her.
Well, I
Oh, I
don't
gotta
have a
remember what
long
screw.
sword for this, so
No. Well, remember, she's small. Her sword isn't super long either. So, you
no.
know.
But it's
Yes.
just long sword and short sword are different. But I'll
Oh,
roll with this.
yeah, we can go with it.
So 15.
Oh, shoot. My bad. Give me a second.
No, it's fine because I haven't introduced this yet. There's a reason for it.
Okay. You hit her. Let's just roll me something for damage anyway. It's not really gonna hurt her, but she will feel it.
Yeah, I mean, if and I'm doing any damage, it would be non-lethal damage.
Yes. It's literally she'll feel it, but she'll notice it. All right. She stands back for a moment, and you see her suddenly lunge forward toward you, but doing some kind of spin move. And she's going to try and hit you. I'm going to see what I get here. Whoops. Why did that not... It rolled off my pad. Now I can't. Stupid thing. Hang on. There we go. Got to do it right. She tries to hit you. I know it's going to miss you. Because 15 ain't going to hit you. I know.
I didn't cast mage armor, so that would hit me.
Oh, would it? Oh, okay. I didn't know that. All right. So she strikes at you, kind of hitting you in the leg. Really only does maybe like, you barely even feel it. It's like 2. That's it. 2 damage on you. But she is trying to strike at you. So she falls, kind of, not falls, but she slides to the side of you a little bit, but she's still in front of you. So she's at a bit of an angle now. Because she hit you and bounced back. And she's just ready to go back at you again. She's just standing there watching.
So would I get a full turn of attack here then?
Yes.
Okay.
We're having fun with this, so this is something that's going to be interesting with this.
I'm going to attack twice with the sword. So 15 and a 26.
Both are going to hit. You see her wince after you hit her the second time, but she's still standing, but she's kind of just like, ouch. Okay, but she's not backing down. She's standing up right now.
Okay, and then with my tendril, I'm going to reach out and attempt to grapple her.
All right.
That's going to be a strength.
All right, what is... See.
Nope. Even with advantage, that's 11.
Yeah, she nimbly just jumps out of the way. Just, it's like her cat reflex had kicked in for a moment, and she just and bounced back a little bit, just out of your reach, enough to where she couldn't get grabbed. So, is there anything else you can do to her during this time? Do you want to? Let me rephrase that. You're the one teaching her.
I'm going to use minor illusion. Actually, I've already used my actions, so that requires an action. Can't do that. It's a cantrip, so I thought I would, but no, that wouldn't work.
That's all right. We still got more to do, so you can always get a chance to do it again.
I'm just thinking. Nope. Then that's all I can do.
She jumps up and tries to take a swipe right down at you. Let's see if we can... That is... Whoa. She got an 18 on that attack.
That will hit.
And she does about 6 damage to you. Not really a lot. But she's trying. And also her sword isn't the greatest, so... I keep forgetting how... I mean, it is good, but it isn't that good. So... She tries to take another attack at you, though, but this time she's down at the ground, so she's going to try and go for one of your legs. Does that even hit 16? Does that hit? Yeah, that would hit you, right?
Yep, that would hit.
Okay, and she will do... Ooh, this one she did about 6 damage again. Oh wait, no, that's 10. Never mind. I missed. I forgot
So
something.
wait, so how much damage is it now?
10. Sorry, it's 10. She actually got 10
Okay.
damage on that. I was surprised. I did the math wrong for a
So
split second. I was like, no, it's not 6.
okay.
She stands back and she's watching you, and it's like she's trying to hold back some of her attacks. You can see her every time she's attacked you, she's hesitated. Like she's trying not to actually hurt you.
Okay. My turn.
Yep.
Okay. I'm going to minor illusion an image of myself lunging at her from the left, and I'm going to charge the right.
At this moment, she's a bit confused and she doesn't know who to go at.
15
Oh, you get her.
for 13 piercing.
This time you see her kind of go down to a kneel position like she's hurting, and she falls back a bit. You kind of hear her, like it's like she's grunting or growling, like she's feeling the pain. But she's standing back up slowly, and it's like she's kind of holding herself for a moment, and then she puts her hand back on her short sword again. And she's just waiting for you to make any moves. Do you have any other things that you want to do, or can do, I should say?
I'm going to ready my last action. I'm going to wait for her to come into my range.
All right. With that, she is going to try and take another swipe at you. That is.
Okay. When she does that, I'm going to cast Thunderstep.
It won't matter. She misses you and kind of. You see her stumble. Like she's trying to swipe at you and she misses completely and flies right past your legs and just kind of slides down onto her hands and knees. And you can see her in frustration slam her fist to the floor, and you actually see it crack. It shouldn't actually crack when you're in here. Like where she struck the ground, you don't actually see the strikes. Somehow she has actually physically damaged that part of this tranquil moment that you guys are in.
I'm going to sheathe my sword immediately upon seeing that. I'm going to make it just disappear from this plane.
She's still on her hands and knees, and you could see her where she hit her fist just glowing a bit with this misty purpley energy coming, like going up her arm a bit, and it's like it's pulsing back and forth a bit, and you can see her physically, and just you suddenly hear this scream that it's piercing the ears. It's like her caracal hiss, but mixed with her yelling really loud. And she's holding this position and she hasn't moved yet.
I'm going to kneel down in front of her and try to reach out for her.
She has her head down. You see it tip up a bit. She transforms into the caracal and she kind of turns around and walks away quietly and then turns back to you. And you could see her eyes going between the red and her deep purple eyes. The optics are flickering back and forth. You know she's angry because you can feel it radiating out of her. She's just furious.
Carbine, you've done well today. I realize it's a cruel method, but if I'm to be blunt, no one ever really passes the first trial.
You see her turn around. Her ears are kind of back, like she's pacing around, and you can see her claws are actually digging into the ground as she walks. Not mad at you, mad at me. I should be better. Need to do better. Yeah.
And that's what we're working on, but you need to have patience with yourself.
Yes.
These things
patience.
take time. As I was trying to say, no one ever passes the trial the first time. The first trial the first time. Because you are thrown into situations that you can't account for. It took me a long time, actually, to face up my fear against Widow, my master.
You see her eyes go solid purple, and she looks at you, her head turned. She kind of walks up to you. She's not, you don't feel that rage and that anger now. She's calm again. There's a little something there, but she transforms in front of you. Widow taught you many things. You teach me. I will learn. I will learn patience, calm. Was a scientist before. We always had to be patient. This is not the same, though.
It's hard to fight one's nature, especially when it's fight or flight instinct.
It also doesn't help. And you see her pull her sword off her back. I was given this sword. Do you think I could get one better? And she kind of flips it up in the air, and yeah, she flips it up in the air, and it kind of sticks into the ground. And it doesn't really stick. It just kind of tink, and it kind of tips a little bit, so it's barely standing there. And she goes, really doesn't do much.
Can I pick it up and examine it?
Yes. She just let it stick in the ground. She's just standing there looking at it like disappointment. It's kind of bulky. For a small, short sword, it's bulky. It's not really effective for what she needs.
Well, I dare say we can get you an improvement upon this. This might be ancient, I guess, maybe even to you, and I'll hand it back to her blade down.
And she kind of takes it. This thing isn't that old.
No,
And
it's not exactly effective though, so we'll see about getting you something better.
Okay. She's just sitting there, kind of. You can feel a little bit of disappointment, but she's feeling more confident. She's still standing, instead of more reserved, where her hands a lot of times would be, she's holding on to each of them, or she's got her arms crossed like she's uncomfortable. She's standing there much more confident and more upright to you. Even though in her small state, she looks like a big bot at this moment to her.
The short sword, do you favor this weapon, this style?
No. Again, this thing was given to me. I don't like it. It works,
No.
but...
Well, what would you like?
something a little lighter, quieter, not so heavy. This thing is bulky. And she puts it on her finger, and you see the whole thing just flip to one side like it's nothing. It's weighted too much to one side, like to the hilt, and it just falls down every time and not balanced. And she literally has to balance it right past the hilt. It's like all the weight's in the handle. She goes, need balance. this does not have balance. And she literally is taking it and flexing it in her hands. And it's not very strong.
Yeah, the weight seems to favor on a singular strike with that kind of weight. You want something more balanced and gives you more controls to allows multiple strikes. So you'd probably prefer something, and I'm gonna pull my energy rapier out from the shoulder holster. Probably prefer something like this, and I'll snap it on.
She's looking at it. This one is very nice. You can see her reaching up and trying to touch it. And it's like she's a little child.
Careful.
She's just like, I want to touch it.
I'll pull the blade back just a bit before she touches it. Just careful. That's an energon blade. That's not material.
Can I see it?
I turn it off and hand it to her, hilt down.
She holds onto it. This thing's kind of massive in her hands. So she's literally two-handing it, and you see her ignite it, but the blade isn't the same color. What color was your blade on this again?
It was a light blue, the energon color.
Now it's a deep purple emanating this wispy blackness. She's just looking at the hilt. She's not paying attention to the blade at the moment. And she's got this thing ignited.
Carbine.
And she looks up at you.
How
Yes?
are you doing that?
Doing what? I just turned it
I
on.
point to the blade.
And she looks up and you see her optics go wide. I don't know. And she see her moving it around. And you suddenly, it's like she summoned a pillar of the toughest material out there in this vision. She's not paying attention, but you suddenly see her take it with one hand. She starts whipping this blade around like it's nothing, and she's flipping it, and she turns around and just whips it through this material like it's nothing, and it slices it in half. And she stops and turns around, and she points the blade at you, and you can see her optics doing the same wispiness. Nice blade. And she turns it off. This is interesting. I've never done that before. And you see her doing almost the stupidest childish thing. She looks down where the blade came out at. And she's like,
I
interesting.
just extend my hand outward. Just give it back.
Sorry, here you go. And she sets it in your hand.
I turn it on. What happens?
It goes back to its normal blue. She's looking at puzzled. That's weird. And you see her transform. She kind of hops up onto your arm and looks at it. And she goes, that's weird. This thing, and you see her paw touch it. And she goes, this is weird. This changed when I held it. And all of a sudden the blade erupts into a whole different color. It goes from, it's got this outline of a bright blue with a deep purple center into it, wisping out that same energy that she had. And she lets her paw off, and it kind of ignites back to the blue again. And she's looking at it kind of like, where did you get this? He's just puzzled.
This is a fairly standard energon rapier.
And she's looking at it. She's not touching it. She's still in her clerical form. And she goes, did you have this thing modified at any time?
Oh, you got me thinking. Because I did, didn't I?
Mm-hmm. It was back at
God, it was a
Velocitron.
while ago.
It was back at Velocitron. You did have some work done on all your weapons.
Yeah, a while back on Velocitron, I had some work done on these.
She's pawing at your hand a little bit, like, can you turn it off again?
Yeah, I've turned it off, and
And she's like tapping your hands to open your hand up, she's like, just let it sit in your hand for a second. And
Okay, I'll just stretch out my fingers and just hold it on. Hold it out.
she's sitting there on your arm looking at this thing in your hand, and then you see her eyes do this scan. And she see her eyes suddenly scan the whole thing, but it stops in one particular spot. And you can almost see it, almost like it's X-ray. You can even see it. Where did you get this crystal?
I'm assuming it was part of the work that was done on my blade. I'm not familiar with a lot of this stuff. I'm not necessarily a worker of this sort of thing.
No, but that crystal comes from one place.
Where's that?
My home. She hasn't broken eye contact with it. She's still looking at it. You see the scan turn off. She looks at you.
We've been stumbling quite a bit across not just your kind, but remnants of your world.
Our world is gone. Where did this come from? Must be old.
Well, call me crazy, but this compass we've put together, you don't think that it might lead to your world, could it?
I don't know. I didn't have any part in making it. We actually don't know where it goes. We just know that it was made on our planet, which is no longer.
Well, we have two options in front of us. Either we complete the job, which I'm having my doubts will even come to pass anyway, because this entire thing feels like a giant trap. Or B, we just take it with us and deal with anyone who comes across us trying to find it.
Yes.
Honestly, I'm torn because, on the one hand, I do need to get back to Cybertron and do need to help deal with our larger problem. But on the one, this compass is too big to ignore, and if it does fall into the wrong hands, prove to be more dangerous in the long term.
Yes. If they find whatever is at this artifact, it's not going to be good.
This whole job has just been rotten from the beginning.
Yes, it has. It seems like you all encountered different things in those other bots that are on board the ship. They were in bad shape, and they'd probably be all dead at this point if they stayed where you found them. But they are here.
And yet they're still casualties.
But they choose to be here. They are willing to help. They know the choices they made. We can't make that for them. They are more than willing to leave, right?
It's up to them if they want to stay or go. I'm not forcing them to stay.
That's why they stay. You give them freedom if they choose.
I just don't think they understand the gravity of the situation and just truly how dangerous things are going to get as we move to Cybertron.
Yes, I never really seen this Cybertron. Heard of it, seen pictures, but never been there.
You know, those pictures are probably from a time where the city's prospered and life will seem to seem a little bit brighter.
So it's not
Now-
shiny buildings anymore? big buildings? Bots everywhere?
Far from it, unfortunately.
At this point, she's still perched on your arm and just kind of sitting there asking you these questions, and her ears and the little tufts are flip-flopping back and forth because she's intrigued with what you're telling her now. So the Cybertron is not shiny and pretty anymore. Not many bots?
He just shakes his head a little bit. No, not really. The buildings might still be there, but they're largely abandoned and in dire need of repairs.
Sounds bad. Oh, well.
It is.
We can prepare
Large
for
part
this.
of the populace has gone underground just because it's safer there.
Safer, not always better underground. But it's
Too true.
alive, I guess. But with all this, can we get something to eat? I'm hungry now.
Well, I do want to at least say that you have done well here today, and going forward, we will begin training in the cargo bay.
She walks up your arm as you're saying all this. She kind of butts her head into your side of your head. I have a good teacher. And she curls up around your neck.
And I will bring us out of the meditation, and we'll grab a bite to eat.
With that, you guys come out of it. Aegis is sitting in, like, you can tell he's sitting on a stool. Sitting there eating some Cybertronian meal of some sort. He's eating something. You could hear these like gratifying beeps and boop sounds, and just like, and you hear Carbon. I think he's enjoying his food a little too much. He looks a little bit like a little kid covered in sauces and stuff. And he looks up at you, is like, just nods, and then he goes back to eating again.
Just shakes my head a little bit.
It's normal. Carbine would sit there like, ugh. So with
Doesn't make it less cringe.
with that overload, are you still hanging down there checking out all that stuff?
Well, probably after checking in on the supplies, I'd probably.
Because
I would probably check on our house arrest person.
all right, he's past the med bay in one of the back rooms. He's as you make your way back there. Void Striker really isn't in the lab right now, but he is currently. I just left his icon there. In one of the quarters you guys set up for him. So actually, let me see if I can grab his icon. Oh, I can. There we go. I'm going to put him in one of the quarters. Here, I'll put him in that one. And Felix and Micron is still out like a light, but Felix is kind of sitting there. Steel kind of made him up literally like a recliner for him to sit in and lay back a bit, but so he can keep an eye on him because Micron's still kind of healing up and trying to get better. He's just kind of out like a light. Since his chip was removed safely, but he's still got to take some time to recover because there is some mental stuff going there. The world is going off behind me. Sorry.
So all of them are out like a light?
Yeah, Felix is kind of asleep. Micron's asleep. Blend is still in his locked quarters. If you want to check on him too. He's the one.
Yeah. Probably best I check on him.
So he's down in the little corner. I can move your icon to right here because he's right there. Those quarters V out. So as you get close to the door, You notice something a little off. You
Well, my
see something dripping below the door, like it's seeping through the door and out.
Oh, you gotta be.
oh no. The door is locked. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. I got quickly unlock it.
You whip it open. You follow this trail of Energon to Blend. You see Void Striker's little bot still doing his thing, but Blend is. It looks like he somehow either took his own life or something happened that took his spark, literally. There's nothing missing on him, but you notice there is this energon just leaking from him somewhere.
Yeah. I guess I'll look for the source of the leakage to at least know the cause.
All right. Let's roll me a perception. I just want to see how well it'll turn out. Because you're on board a ship and everything. And I was going to say, I'm going to give you advantage on it because you know what you're going to be doing in here. You lift him a little bit, and right where the chip was, it's blown completely through his whole system. And you see the energon just dripping out and running out.
Go tell
I mean,
someone. Please go tell someone.
Timmy's currently active. Yeah.
Yeah, the triplets are still active. You can call
Awaken
them.
all. Timmy,
Yes, Captain?
awaken all crew.
Hi, sir. And all of a
And
sudden,
tell them to gather around Blend.
you suddenly see the light start flashing, like, because of your tone, he knows it's important. He hits it, and you hear across the comms, all crew, back to crew quarters where Blend is kept. Captain's orders, now. And everybody starts waking up. Whoops, I somehow grabbed your icon, too. I'm going to do it on this screen. So you see Steel and the other one, God, Kevin come out. Felix is kind of staying near the med bay. I'm just going to say he's there. The triplets come running too, and they're all standing outside. They don't know what's going on yet, but they're kind of grumbly. They're kind of only 3/4 charged in a sense, or half charged, so they're kind of grumbly a little bit. But they're like, Steel kind of looks up, Captain, what's going on? Is everything okay? And all the rest are like, yeah, what's going on? What happened? What's going on?
The chip.
Felix kind of pushes forward, what do you mean, the chip? And he sees the energon. He goes, what happened?
By my guess, self-termination.
Why?
Probably a backup.
I'm gonna kind of gently push my way through. Let me see him. And I want to investigate it.
Go ahead.
I'll step to the side.
Do
As much as I
investigation.
can.
Yeah, you just step to the side. You let him through, and he.
Carbine, I need your eyes over here with me.
So she'll give you assistance. She's right there on top. She transforms into
14.
She transforms into her bot form to help. So she's down. She goes, and she's looking with you. You both are seeing this hole. That
The
was,
ship self-detonate.
and she kind of, her hands, this is going to sound a little disgusting. She kind of reaches, excuse me for this. And she, while you're holding his body, she turns his head, she reaches into the hole, and pulls out what's left of it. Yes. Badly, too. This would have terminated him all the way to his spark, probably. And she kind of see her kind of like put him back down for a moment. You both are looking at his body. It's not gray, but it is starting to turn gray slowly. And she's looking. You see her kind of climb over top of him. Felix starts objecting, like, "What are you doing?" And it's like, he's getting upset because it's one of his bots he's always taken care of. He's getting upset, but he doesn't know what she's doing yet.
I'm holding my hand up. I'm just like, just wait.
She does a scan. And she turns and she's talking to Felix, but he doesn't understand a bloody word he says. And it's just beeps and boops. And she shakes her head. She turns to you, Gilgamesh. Tell him I need an extractor. Now. In a container.
I'm immediately turning. We need an extractor right now.
One of the mini-con containers. Get one of the bodies out. And she kind of shrugs like, "Ah, God, I don't believe I've said that." But
I'm snapping my fingers. Go, go, go.
Felix kind of runs. Kevin goes with him, collects what he needs. He comes rushing back with this funny-looking device, and he's like, "What does she need this for?"
I'll snatch it out of his hand and give it to Carbine right away.
And she starts to kind of work around his chest plate, and she kind of, Gilgamesh, I need your hand. Open. And it's to open his chest cavity up.
I'm going to pry it open.
So as you're pulling, she's pushing at the same time. You both are pushing and pulling, and you can see down in this cavity surrounded by this metal, there's something in there. And she goes, "Okay, where's the container?" And Kevin's holding this container that was one of the mini cons, and he kind of hands it out to you, Gilgamesh, for you to hold. It's like, here. He doesn't know what's going on.
Grabbing it right away without thought, and I'm doing this
because he doesn't know what's going on. He's just like, "You needed this. That's all." So, and you suddenly see her working this extractor tool, and she reaches out for your hand, Gilgamesh, and she pulls it over, and she like has you holding like this one part, like you're the other surgeon in here, and she's like, "We can still save his spark." And you can see her working, and then as you both pull your hands up, there's this orb, and it's shining. It's still got life in it. Gilgamesh, tip container over here, and you could see her leaning it into the container as you do this, and it stabilizes and it floats in place. And she goes, "Put lid on now."
Doing it.
And as she does, the body turns completely gray, and the spark is hovering in this container. It's not acting like when you guys saw the sparks before. Those were, in a sense, abominations that were created by Shockwave. This is a pure spark that can be put into another bot, but she goes, "His memory chips, though, are gone. We might be able to salvage some memory, but they are gone."
Salvage what you can. If we can't get it all, at least let's get him something.
So she kind of gestures. She's pointing toward Felix, like, "I need you over here with, like, I need your help."
I turn to Felix. Felix, come here.
Yeah, what do you need me to do? He's looking at the spark too, like, I need his help getting his memory chips, or at least what might be left of them.
I turn back to Felix. Help her salvage his memory chips. We're going to try and at least save what we can.
The rest have backed off into the lounge, kind of not lounge area, but across from the med bay, so that way you guys have room to work. And Felix and her start getting to work, and she's literally, because her hands are so small, she can get into the opening. So he's kind of telling her, hey, this is what we need to get. She pulls out one, two. They look like RAM from a computer almost, but they're built differently. They're a little shinier, a little bigger. And she goes, this one might not have anything. And it's like half gone, deteriorated. We might still get something though. So you can see her, Felix has handed her like little, God, what are they? Vials that she's putting these each into. And you could see her examining them, and she goes, like handing them to him very carefully. It's like he's instinctively knowing what she wants at this point, because what she is doing specifically is medical. Last one. This one's intact. This might be his main core. And he can't hear this, but all he knows that she's doing all this stuff, and
I'm relaying just like the simple version.
And he
Like,
takes
that's it. We got them all.
He takes all the vials, sets them down into the case. He looks at the spark you're still holding, Gilgamesh. He's like,
I'm gonna hand him the case. We bought him time.
Felix just, his head's tipped down. And you just hear him, those bastards. Pieces of slag. They're nothing but slag. They're not even slag.
Felix, I give you my word. I am going to make the person who did this sorely pay for what they've done. But in the meantime, take care of this. We'll find him a new body at some point. We'll even get his memory put in if we have to. But at least this way, we can at least save his life.
Yes, thank you for that. And he leans down to Carbine. Thank you, little one. You're really better than nothing, but you did something. Thank you. And he closes the case, and it's almost like it's sealed up, but it's just a closed case. That will keep it charged up as well. And he kind of just gets up. He doesn't say anything. You know he's trying to suppress his emotions right now, but he is angry, and he's very upset. And he just kind of pushes back past both you and Overload. Even though Overload's a big guy, he just kind of pushes back past you and goes right to the med bay. And you see the door close. You can still see in there, and you see him leaning over the counter. The case is just sitting there. You know he's probably crying, but you can't see it or hear it. You just know he probably is.
Gilgamesh is trying to hide it, but he's grinding his teeth a little bit because he is a little pissed.
Carbine's just sitting back looking. And she's covered in energon. She looks at her hands. Never thought I would actually do that.
Well, you saved a life today, Carbine. You should be really proud of that.
Yes. Yes, I did. But I still have much to learn. I gotta go wash this off. And you see her kind of hop off. She doesn't transform, and she walks off to find a place to wash it all off. She doesn't say much. She's just kind of like thinking. You know she's thinking. She's just like,
Micron's with us, yeah?
He's unconscious still in a way. He's in and out of it right now, so you can try and talk to him, but Felix is in there right now with him, and yeah, you can try and go in and see if Micron's awake.
No, it's probably better not if he's still unconscious.
Yeah, he's still, again, there's a little bit of mental trauma there. That's what Blend was also dealing with. And unfortunately, he didn't come out of it as well.
I was gonna ask if we still have that other chip that we extracted.
Remind me where that one was now? I don't remember.
The ones we
Wasn't it?
pulled off the remaining crew.
Oh, that's right. Yes, guys would still have those. Forgot all about
Yeah, we
those.
should have at least like a couple of them.
Mm-hmm.
We desperately need to check on those because if they had a blowout feature, then we need to extract that.
Mm-hmm.
I will tell you this: there was no blowout feature on those. They would have been visible. This chip, when it was implanted on them, they didn't have any idea about it. They usually sit in a spot where it will blow out. They're not usually attached to the circuit directly because it interferes too much. It'd be too much of a contact thing. So you guys have all those chips. Those are fine. Thank you for reminding me about those. I forgot all about them. The one thing in this I forget. Actually, it's the beginning.
Good thing those don't have a blowout feature.
Yeah.
We can still track the creator and the RF waves. That's what it was.
Yeah.
I fully intend on using these to their fullest potential.
Yeah,
against them.
Yeah, Gilgamesh, you would recognize this stuff because, like, from the first time when Carbine pulled the one off of you, it was a little older, doesn't do that blowout feature, it just paralyzes you. This one does all of it and controls you. So you would know that. That's the one thing.
I do want to take a couple of them, and I want to have some reverse engineering done on them so they can be replicated.
Well,
and fit for my purpose, not for theirs.
You can take it to the triplets and let them take a look at it and see what they can do. Otherwise, whenever Artificer might show up or not, he might be able to do it.
Whatever we have, I just want 2 of them, and I want to give them to the twins so they can reverse engineer them.
Yeah, they will. The triplets will be able to look it all over, and because they were able to copy the navigation, they should be able to do that with this. It's not a simple circuit, but it's something they are proficient in handling certain amount of stuff on. So
we're gonna start with the reverse engineering, and then we'll work our way up.
Overload, you just see Aegis kind of standing over, and he's still covered in food, and he's like, Overload, what did I miss? He's just standing there like, what happened?
We couldn't save Blend.
Yeah.
That's not you. Look if you don't want to lose your food.
Look at what? And he walks over, looks through the door, and he just tips his head. You think I'm going to lose my food over this? So what happened? So what happened to him? He's kind of poking him lightly, like, what happened?
The chip in his head blew.
We were able to save the spark, it seems, but most of the memory is fractured, so we're only able to extract half of it.
Thereabouts.
Well, that doctor's got some good hands then, because to extract a spark is very tricky.
You can thank Carbine for that.
He's hearing you translate over and everything, and he's like, he looks at you, Overload. Carbine did this?
With Felix's help, of course.
Yeah. She's proficient being a scientist, and this is something she'd be able to do. She's not a medic, but she knows how to deal with a spark. She's done it before, a long time ago. Then you see he just kind of like, you see him wipe away some of the food on his face and everything. Yeah. I'm gonna go back to the bridge then. And you see him kind of walk by, kind of like just shaking his head like, I do not know what's going on anymore.
So now we have additional stuff on our plate.
just a table of inconveniences at the moment. And we're supposed to meet whoever is the buyer of this compass, which, by the way, you have that compass on you, right?
Yep,
Can you hand it to me real quick?
sure. As I'm just gonna like, I guess, I guess I would have a compartment for me to place that, so I'll just pull out of there.
All right, so I'm gonna take that in my hand. I'm gonna go to the closest wall I can open a portal with my QSD, and as soon as I open that up, I'm going to chuck it into the portal, and I'm gonna immediately close it up.
You just tossed it in there, huh?
Yep.
Okay. Uh, that's funny. I'm just visualizing.
Yeah, no,
Close
just
it.
like you
What the
just
heck?
like just cold stare, just not even like not showing any emotion. Just take it, open the portal, chuck it in, close the portal.
I mean, my compartment would have worked, but that also works pretty well.
This whole thing stinks, and I have a high suspicion that they're going to try to kill us when they do get these. This
I
buys
mean,
us a little insurance that one, they can't actually acquire it, and two, if they happen to be backstabbing little swindlers, well, we're gonna give Void Striker a little piece of research at the end of it.
well, don't get me wrong. I kind of know it's gonna be an ambush, which is why I had a friend. Well, if you whatever happened to him, really, I was gonna ask him to disguise themselves inside the bar.
I mean, I could take care of that too, but
Yeah, but they're expecting the both of us, so it wouldn't exactly work.
well, they're expecting the two of us. They're not expecting two minicons to be with us also.
As you're all standing down there, Kevin and Steele are looking somber, but they Steele kind of puts his hand on your shoulder, Gilgamesh, and he goes, "We'll take care of his body. He's our friend. We'll take care of him." And you see them kind of walk past you both and start preparing and cleaning him up and everything, and taking care of everything. They're just kind of
If you
somber.
need any materials or any Chanics to help cover for it, please do let me know.
They kind of don't look directly at you, but you see Kevin turn. Yeah, well, if we do, we will ask. Thank you.
See to it that it's proper.
Yes, sir. And they just kind of continue doing. You can kind of hear Steel, big bot, just kind of sniffle a few times. And he's just kind of doing his thing to help clean him up and get him ready. As you're all sitting there, this is where that music comes in. You kind of hear that tone echoing through the ship.
I look at Overload immediately, just with confusion. You're hearing that?
It's very light, but you guys can all hear it. Everyone can.
Yeah,
Arvine, is that the comm system?
No, it's not comms. The triplets are actually still down there with you. I forgot. I just didn't remove their icons. And they're like, "What is that? That's not coming from our comms, sir."
where's it coming from?
You see the
Can we
triplets
roll
kind of.
perception to like garner a direction?
Yeah, please.
Guess
13.
Gilgamesh, you have an idea that it's echoing through the ship and it's possibly coming from the upper deck.
23.
Overload, you know it's coming from the upper deck and it's echoing probably from the bridge, possibly the forward part of the ship.
Right, then I'll be heading on over to the bridge.
You both gonna head up there?
I'm
Yeah.
following. Yep.
As you both come up the steps, you can kind of spot Aegis a little bit, but you see Carbine as well. They're both in their bot forms. She's transformed into her caracal form, but this time she's just sitting there swaying. And Carbine's kind of doing the same thing, and you're hearing the sound echoing through the ship. It's not loud, it's soft.
Some sort of hypnotic trance?
Now are you both in the bridge yet?
I'll be approaching the bridge first.
Yeah.
Overload?
I'm just gonna move my icon over there.
Yeah, it's all right. No, I just want to know. I want to make sure where you're at. So as you both approach Overload, you come in. Gilgamesh, you follow right behind you. Kind of are both in there. You see suddenly, Gilgamesh, you recognize this on Carbine. That purplish glow. But you both notice Aegis is glowing a little bit too, but it's an orangish, deep orange. That same orange you've seen in his battle axe, just lightly radiating out. Gilgamesh, can you give me a perception check again?
Yep, 1 second.
Oh, excellent, excellent. I hope you'd roll real well with this.
Uh,
You notice vibrating that hilt. You feel it vibrating as you are standing there. And as they keep doing this music and this sound, they don't even realize you're in there right now. They're both looking out the front and just their eyes are glowing. Their bodies are giving off a light glow. But your hilt is vibrating. That same blade. And it's just giving.
I'm gonna pop open the compartment, and I want to observe the crystal inside my saber.
Before you even pop it open, you see it's glowing. It's kind of like it's pulsing with the music.
I'm looking at the monitors. Are we nearby anything? Like, is there a ship in proximity or something?
No, nothing shows up. You just see the normal space. There's some traffic way out there, but it looks like normal cargo lanes and stuff like that. Nothing big happening. And they're just swaying slightly, and you hear this music, but it's like they're playing instruments, two different ones at the exact same time. But they sound similar.
I think they're resonating with something.
Question is what?
Others?
You get a
Maybe,
call on
but-
the comms from Felix. What is going on? Because whatever that sound is, it's doing something down here. The minicons are all glowing.
They're glowing up here too. Stand by.
Do you think this has to do with Nyx?
Maybe. But if so, wouldn't she have shown her presence to us by now?
Are you two, I should ask, are you two kind of whispering this to each other right now?
Yeah, like we're kind
Okay.
of quietly saying this to each other.
Okay, good. I just want to be sure.
Well, yeah, we're not exactly sure what's going on in this
No,
situation, and we don't want to mess with it.
No, and they're just making this music right now. And Gilgamesh, your hilt is glowing and pulsing with the music. The other mini cons are doing the same thing.
So who wants to be the big man and present themselves?
You hear
But present ourselves to what? To where? What
Mm,
is the focal point?
as the music drifts down, you see their glowing kind of taper, just kind of dissipates off them, tapers down. And you can just see Carbine just sitting there with her feet dangling off, kind of like kicking them like a little kid. Carbine or Aegis is over, just kind of, and you hear some beeping between the two of them, and they're looking at each other, and they still don't know you two are there. It's quiet now. All you
I
hear,
close up the compartment on my hilt and I'll put it away.
and let me see. With that, Carbine turns her head. Oh, you're here. Hi.
Yeah.
She's kind of stunned.
just
Aegis has turned
awkward
like
wave.
Aegis turns to you. Overload. You hear him. How long were you two there? Just really sternly, like, hmm.
Ever since the music was playing.
And he tips his head down, back up, like you deal with him, Carbine. Like I ain't doing this.
My eyes are kind of going back and forth between Aegis and Carbine. I'm just like, something happened?
We were singing. Calm. Bad things going on a lot. So it was a way to pay honor to those who are fallen, but also to kind of just relax, let go, calm the servos, let the circuits chill. Trying to be funny about it, but she's kind of serious. Like, we sometimes will sing and we harmonize. And when we're in sync, everything kind of comes together.
Well, it seems our friends down in medical seem to have heard you too, because they were all glowing like you two were.
Mm, interesting. They didn't wake up, did they? And she kind of steps up.
They seem
Uh,
conscious for the most part.
Felix just said they were glowing and making the same noise you were all making.
Huh. That they're not. Are they awake now? And Aegis is
You can
even
go
turned,
check.
and you just he flips off the bed, off the console, literally bounces down past your legs and shoots down, and she's like gone down there. Aegis, you see the same thing except for he goes into his bird form, and he flies right past you both, following Carbine.
I'm checking our distance. How far are we now from the Sparkies?
You are currently about, it would say about a cycle away, which is about an hour. You're getting close to Cybertron. You can see it in the distance, and at the pace you guys are going, you're going to get there pretty fast.
Wait, Sparkies is on Cybertron?
Hmm.
I thought. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought Sparkies was on a distant world.
No, his is on Cybertron itself.
No.
He's on a spot
Yeah,
where
it was on Cybertron because our
It's been
mission.
a long time since
Yeah.
we've been back. I sort of just forgot where it was located.
that's
I
all
mean,
right.
because the mission after the Sparky incident was we went to the moons of Cybertron.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, Luna 1 and Luna
I
2.
just forgot that detail. It's been so long.
Yeah, it has been. So you guys are cruising along, and you both mentally kind of hear like this excited yell, but at the same time, it's like disappointment, but it means it's a good thing. And you see Carbine and Aegis kind of fly and run back up, and they stop. And Aegis lands on your shoulder. Carbine just runs up you and lands on your shoulder with a little flip. And she's sitting there, and
Mm.
she's like bouncing her front paws off your head. They woke up for a brief time. They woke up for a brief time. She's like a little kid bouncing and very happy, and just they woke up. They woke up. She's like pacing around your neck back and forth excitedly. Aegis is just sitting there. Yes, they woke up for a brief moment. This is good sign. That means they are still there. They are still alive, and with them getting fully charged, maybe we can find a new home. And he just kind of, you could feel his talons kind of not digging into you, Overload, but just kind of gripping harder and on and off, like he's excited. And you see his feathers fluffing up a bit, like yes, yes, this is very exciting. But Carbine looks like a little kitten just bouncing off of you and on and around on top of you, Gilgamesh. She's excited, and she's just
I'm
like,
just kind of giving her pats on the back and just like, I'm happy for you.
you've never heard her purr so loud, by the way. So with all that happening, they're they're just excited, and you can hear Aegis when Overload. You'll hear this when we harmonize. We all communicate at the same time, and if we're around, well, if our home was still there, you would see it. It's beautiful. And you can suddenly you kind of feel him relax a bit and kind of go a little somber, like our home's gone. And
Yeah,
Carbine kind of
well,
feels this, and he slows to a pace, or she slows to a pace and kind of stops, sits down, droops her head a bit. But we are still together, Aegis. And you guys don't hear this conversation. You just hear that peeping. And you can kind of see her leap over to Overload, which is a bit of a jump up. She lands and she kind of butts up against Aegis. And she goes, besides that, and she puts her two paws on top of your head, Overload. And she's like at eye level with Aegis because he sits up a bit taller in his bird form. And it's like, we're all together, though. We're still here. We'll find new home, make new home. And she kind of bounces your head a couple times because she's excited. She hops back off. She lands back on Gilgamesh's shoulder and wraps around. Besides that, we got new friends. And she curls up and just, you hear her purring away.
Is that how it feels to have a hyper one?
oh, they're just very excited. This has probably been the best news that they might have had in quite a long time. Being able to at least reunite with a good portion of their race, albeit not much, but
I'm just gonna turn towards Aegis. I'm kind of glad you're collective about your emotions.
Should say thank you for that. He's just looking at you like, he's like, be glad I'm not jumping around on you. And he kind of holds up his talons and he goes, if I did, I'd probably hurt you. He
I
just,
think there'd be something wrong with your bolts.
he just, you can see his beak come down and tap you on the head like, yeah, I know. Just like,
Either way, we should probably start getting prepared for our drop off. Make sure any preparations are dealt with beforehand.
All right. The ship is cruising on autopilot right now. You will be at Cybertron soon because you made good time.
I'm
so
actually
where was
gonna.
Void Striker's room again?
He is right next to Overload's room, which is in the hallway right down from you guys right there where you're at near the bridge. He's like right next to the bridge.
So yeah, just go into the door and just
Gonna wake him up. Let's see if he's alive in there.
I'm gonna.
Yeah. I'm gonna open the door.
Yeah.
do you recharge all day?
Well, he needed to recharge. There we go.
I may or may not have spent too much time analyzing the chip.
Well, yeah, about that. You're not gonna have to worry about really reverse engineering it now.
I mean, I still might. It might be useful later.
Well, the person we were trying to save though is dead. The chip in his uh,
Ed,
head basically detonated. We managed to save the spark and at least some of his memory, but we couldn't save him.
Shame.
In the meantime, we're an hour out from Cybertron, so best we kind of get you bring everyone up to speed. Just starting to overload. So, what exactly did you have planned?
What I had planned was, in case of a backfire, I'm going to use this box thingy that teleports us and set up a little trap in case. While the main plan would be for us to go in, you already have the safe case of having the compass in your little room thing,
this room thing.
while our friend here will disguise himself as either one of the customers or possibly staff of, I forget names,
Sparky.
Sparky, one of Sparky's employees, in which, if things decide to go south, we'll at least have a bit of an upper hand in case it does come to that. Best case scenario, there will be no fight and we'll possibly have cooperation. Worst case scenario, we'll have to enter the portal, and if any of them come through, we're going to be launching this shuttle out. Sounds good?
Well, that's anticipating everyone on the inside. I'm anticipating there's going to be people on the outside too. I'm going to have Carbine kind of
That's
play as an outsider, just kind of roaming around, acting as just natural wildlife in the area.
that's why I have the teleporter in case if we're not able to get outside, we'll at least be able to get back to the ship.
But it's more about having a pair of eyes on the outside to let us know who's coming. And who can also maybe take out a few if need be. And I'm looking at Carbine just like, I think you're ready.
You see her, she puts her paw up on the side of your head. Pink, pink. Okay. Let's do this. You see her claws, like she's stretching, come out, and they're on each side of your head. So you got two paws with sharp claws sticking out. She's like, I'm ready. Let's do this.
With the three of us on the inside, we won't have any kind of vantage to see what's happening on the outside. Carbine can hang out up on the roof, acting as our eyes, and if need be, she can come through and jump into the windows in a pinch.
If you
Excuse me.
like, I can deploy Scamper with her.
Yes, because you would get Scamper back now because, well, yeah. So with
Oh.
that, let's see. Anything else you guys need to do beforehand, just to make sure I'm clear?
If anything, I was going to give Boyd here a bit of the footage of our first time going into Sparky so that we can get a identification of the customers and staff, or at least some of them. That way, it'll be easier for him to get the guys going.
All right. So what I'll do is I'll say this: you guys all meet up in the galley. You show Void Striker all this footage that you can, so he knows what he's looking at, kind of when he gets there, knows what to expect, and also change into something a little more appropriate so he blends in a little bit. Yeah, you got.
And by the end of it, I will go to the shuttle area and make it so that when we go into this shuttle here, it'll be going inward So that way, they would have to come back out to enter into here, and it'll possibly be easier for us to trap them
Okay, and
if it does come to that.
you can always have Steel on the other side of that door, or Kevin even, to hit the button. Felix will probably be busy still with Micron right now, so he wouldn't be available.
Yeah. So I'll have one of them on the standby in case.
Before we depart, how many of those paralysis chips did we have left? Because I gave 2 to the twins for reverse engineering as well.
Let me
I have a
see.
total of 5 when I went into the lab, I believe.
So 5, you got well, if you get the 2 back from the triplets, that would give you the 7 if you wanted to use those. At this current time, I will tell you that they are already working on replicating and doing that for you right now. So by the time you get to Cybertron, hang on, let me do some quick. You know what? We're gonna do this. You'll have 2 extra chips by the time you get there.
Okay, I will take those 2 when we'll just say I'll grab them when we arrive.
Okay. All right. So just make sure you remember that because I might forget. Because my memory is. All right. So you guys are seeing Cybertron. You hear Carbine, Gilgamesh. It's not as shiny as I thought it would be. She's kind of confused because she's looking at the front.
This is more the outskirts where we're not really near a large city.
Oh.
You should have seen the cities back before the war.
Oh.
I might have an image somewhere of the Crystal Spire.
Ooh, that would be pretty.
I never got to see it before the war, but after the war, it wasn't necessarily so bad. It just sort of decayed over time.
While you're sitting there, Aegis kind of he kind of is gesturing toward you, and then he realizes he sees optics roll. Forgot. He points toward Carbine. He's saying you might want to pilot this thing down unless you want him to do it.
Nope, I'm gonna be the one to do it.
Yeah, so she's just like shrugs her shoulders like sorry. It's like Aegis is like whatever. He's just kind of like just sitting there just doing his co-pilot thing. And so you guys are coming into Cybertron's view. You can see it's in pretty bad shape still. It seems worse than before because the Gilgamesh, you know the sections where a lot of the guilds are. You see what looks like riots and fires and smoke coming from different spots. The ones that haven't been touched, you can tell that they're being kept and maintained. You can't see the bots out there or anything, but you know there's trouble brewing still, and it's bad.
I'm checking my messages as well. Have I heard any response from Kiara?
Speaking of, just as you're about to break Atmo to come in, you get a message from her. It's just a text. And all it says is, why, hello, Gil. Been a long time. And she's very calm, very straightforward with you on this. So you need my help? Where do I meet you? And are you buying me a drink?
I'm gonna respond back. You know me, I always pay for the finest. I'll give you coordinates once we finish up with our job here. In fact, it might be better if you have a more secure location. If
You get a message back immediately. I've got a location that's secure. I will send it to you. Let me know when you're ready, and I'll send you the coordinates then. And then all it says is, it almost looks like kissy face, loves, see you, Gil.
just that kind of again with this.
She knows that it's going to bother you, so she does that on purpose.
Yep, that's
so
why she does it. Because yep, she knows how to antagonize me.
So with that, you're going to be starting to break Atmo. You guys see how bad it is up close now. You really can see the smoke in the distance. It really, really doesn't look good. You can see
I'm gonna
Sparky's.
do my disguise now.
Okay. Be a good time for it.
The enlarge, reduce, and disguise self.
All right. And as I have not, let me see if I can switch. As you come down to this, should be, yep, there we go. You guys won't see the map just yet. As you land the ship, it's about the same spot. You can see that some stuff's been updated to Sparky's. He's got a nice flashy sign that says Sparky's Bar and Trade instead of just Sparky's Bar, which barely illuminated. You guys can see there's been some updates. He's got some, looks like new customers. And now you guys hopefully, and I will flip screens here real quick because I have to refresh it on this side. If I can find my mouse. There we go. Give that a second. And what you're going to see is Sparky's Bar. Pan this out. I want to bring this back up so you guys can, no, not that one, this one. I want you to be able to see this entire map on here. Now I did add a dynamic lighting, but I think I turned on daylight so you guys can see it. I didn't want to deal with too much. But as you guys come down, you see this, and do you guys want to leave the ship and walk up to Sparky's? Now I put your icons right there, so I can.
So as I'm leaving the ship, I am going to throw on my poncho, and I am actually going to use disguise self to make myself look like my original form.
All right. So as you do, you kind of swirl. Don't worry about the icon. That's just Carbine. I'm going to put them back here for you. And where's Aegis? Or I forgot to add them in. Do me. Oh, God, their icons are huge. There we go. I'm going to leave them a specific size, so you guys should be able to grab a hold of them.
Yeah, I can grab mine.
Okay, good.
Yeah, hang on, I'm just adjusting my sheet here.
Did you fix Scampers?
Where did I put him? Oh, wait. Okay, just pretend you got Scamper somewhere. Just ping on the map because for some reason his picture is not showing up properly on here now. Oh, great. Time for things to go south. That's a good time.
How do I ping on the map?
Oh, just left click and hold.
Yeah, just hold left click.
You can tell me where he's at. Because your guy kind of moves about and is the same as like the, yeah, there you go. So he's still attached to you, or do you have him disconnected from you right now?
I'm going to stealthily deploy him as
Okay.
I'm going to drop out the hatch out the bottom instead of the ramp.
Ooh, he's going out through the cargo bay. The cargo drawer. All right, so as you all are up there, you guys can move your mini cons to wherever. You see Sparky's Bar has gotten a little upgrade. It looks really nice up close. It's a little different. The sign's much flashier. Like I said, it says Sparky's Bar and Trade now. And you can see, sorry, I don't have the guys. You can see some bots hanging around outside like they're just chatting and talking, having drinks outside the door and everything. What would you like to do from here?
I'm gonna walk in.
I'm going to stealth Carbine down from me and just tell her telepathically, find yourself a perch and just keep an eye out.
So she runs off really quickly, and you see her zip around these vehicles down here. Whoops. I gotta move my map. I can't see it. And she kind of perches up between rocks. She's in the shadowed part. Gilgamesh, you know she's there, but she blends in. You can't even see her. So she's sitting there very still right now watching.
And just going to approach the guards at the door, I guess, or whoever's up there.
The people, you see a couple bots and a couple of alien species. They're all sitting there talking. They're just sitting there, and they just kind of, a couple of them look over and they just kind of nod to y'all, and like they move out of the way of the door to let you in.
And I just nod back to them, and we'll make my way inside.
Void Striker, since you're the first one in, you notice at the door, I can actually, I'm going to just use, where did they go? Here, I'm going to use this guy. But he's smaller. I'm going to use this guy here. You see a kind of a bouncer at the door. He's a fairly big guy. And he's sitting there. He's watching you both. Looks you both up and down. And you can see Sparky. What did I name him? Spike. Oh, well. There we go. I'll turn that off. I don't need it on anyway. You see Sparky kind of at the bar serving some drinks. You notice there's a few less tables, but the small standing ones. And you see what looks like some kind of gambling table closer to the bar. There's a pool table. There's some other seating now. You guys come into this and you see this. You see all kinds of patrons around. And Sparky kind of looks over and sees you guys come in because the bot at the door kind of alerts him. And you can see his cybernetic arm and all of his arms come up like, what are you guys doing here?
Sparky.
So
Stand at the table.
I'm just gonna go up to the bar and I'm just gonna plop down in front of Sparky.
He goes, it's great to see you guys. How long have you been in the universe here? Come on.
Oh, well, we just got back into town here not too long ago.
He kind of pulls out a couple drinks for both of you. As always, on the house for you guys. So what are you here for? And you can see him kind of lean over, but he's gesturing like this is a sign that, hey, it's serious business or what?
Oh, you know, Sparky, we're always here on business.
Bit of business, bit of luxury. It's been a while since we've been here.
Yes, I've heard that we've had a few messages come across that we might have any kind of special meeting.
You happen to hear who might be on the other end of that meeting?
Somebody I don't want to really mess with.
Oh, come on, Sparky, you can trust me.
Well,
Who is it?
kind of.
And do you want me to roll persuasion for this?
No, Sparky knows you guys. He's not trying to resist telling you. He's just more nervous about getting killed off if he talks in a certain way. He kind of just leans down to you. He kind of gestures for you both to come a little closer.
I lean in.
I know you're
Lean in?
supposed to meet Sound Blaster here, but I will tell you, somebody else is supposed to be coming. Possibly, if it's who I think it is, you boys are in big trouble right now.
Don't worry. We'll make sure
I
we
just
won't
lean in,
cause a
Sparky.
mess.
Just yeah, my word, Sparky. No one's ever gonna know it was you. Just give me a name.
And if anything, we'll make sure not to cause a mess for you.
Yeah, please don't destroy my bar like you did the one time.
That wasn't our fault.
And that man had it coming.
I know, but still. He had enough Shannix on him. I took that from him.
Let's see, you made out in the end.
Barely.
Always works out.
Well, I'll tell you this. Whoever it is, they didn't say who, but just a gesture, it could be Shockwave, or it could be the new, and he looks around, and he leans in really close to you, and he's like, it could be this new guild leader. Nobody's ever seen them, though. We don't even know who their name is. And you can see him. If you guys want to gamble, you see him switch real quick just because he's nervous.
He just slowly lean back in and just.
Yeah, I used to know you how to rebranded yourself a bit.
Oh, yeah, you see, I added in some new things, got some other stuff, fixed the place up a little. You know, he had a little more Shannix, and he winks at you both than, I needed, but it upgraded my place.
See, I told you. It all works out. Yeah, I'm just
Doesn't
gonna raise my glass and just kind of drink it.
and he's got his own shot there, and he just slugs a bit back. He's like, "Yeah, I've heard some interesting stories out in the space there. Heard the junkyards have ghosts in them, ones that kill."
Ghosts would be a loose term. They're more like zombies.
I'm sure it's just scrappers being scrappers, if anything.
As you're all sitting there, he's just starts chuckling. Scrappers, scrappers don't make people disappear that much.
Yeah, but you don't believe in superstition, do you, Sparky? You can't possibly think there are ghosts out there.
No, not ghosts, but ghosts that will make people disappear.
I mean, if anything, if they probably found something really valuable but can't extract it, and so any other faction tries to get to it, who knows?
It's an ultimate treasure hunt for sure, but also does have the ultimate risk.
True. But you guys have some company coming in. And I don't know when he said. Did he say when he's going to be here?
I'm not sure.
He should be arriving soon enough.
And I thought I had an icon on the desktop. I guess I don't, so I'm going to have to use a picture. So when I do this, it's going to be squared. So you kind of overload, you'll spot him first. You see Sound Blaster come in through the door, the opening in the back, and comes through the hall, and he looks over. Why, there's my two favorites. About time, right? And you see a
There's
couple
man
of
of the hour.
you see his guards and everything come in. You suddenly see a lot of other alien species and other bots kind of notice him and kind of make way for the door and leave. Sparky's
There's the man of the cycle.
yes. Overload, it is good to see you. I take it you have said item. Sparky's like, I think this is where I'll take my cue. If you need anything, I'll be in my office. And he kind of slips back, and you hear the door to his office close and lock.
I'm giving him that look and just nodding slowly, just like, you got the right idea. You know what you're doing.
And you can see the bot at the door. Everybody else is pretty much cleared out, except for this one patron who's still standing at the door. But you see the bot kind of step out the door. The door's shut. They're not locked. They're just shut. So
I'm gonna look around like I have no clue what the fuck is going on.
good call. Sound Blaster just sits there. He's still looking at Overload and Gilgamesh. Gil, my favorite speedster. Where have you been? You made me a lot of Shanix. You sure you don't want to race again?
I slam the rest of my drink back and I'll just put the glass down on the bar and turn to him. Not really interested in any kind of racing. I'm more just interested in getting this job done. So who's the buyer?
Well, they should be here very soon. Some of them, and he kind of leans over and he kind of, just be careful with this. He can tear us all apart.
So I'm
And
assuming that's why you brought the extra security.
yeah, like they're gonna do anything. I've already got plans to get out of here. Look it, I know we haven't seen eye to eye in a sense. Weird term, we have optics. But you know what I mean. But Gilgamesh, out of respect, I do respect how you do your methods. But in this case, watch your back. You boys need to watch
How in the
what's
Allspark do you think this is gonna go?
badly if we're not careful.
Clearly, this whole thing is foobar beyond all kinds of recognition.
I don't know. We're in for a clean deal, and I'm sure most of this will just be underway.
As
I'm just kind of like side-eyeing Overload with that comment, just like, you really can't think that.
as
Everything's gonna be smooth. There's nothing to worry about.
you Gilgamesh, you hear Carbine, big bot coming to front. Big bot. Aegis is reporting to you, Overload. He can spot him because he's got eagle eyes in a sense, so he's got these hawk eyes, so you can really spot him. He's like, yes, very big bot. Big cannon on one arm. And as he gets
Bigger than me.
Yes, sort of. He's probably about your same height, but maybe a little bigger. And you hear Carbon,
How's he supposed to fit in here?
and you suddenly see the doors just kind of open, but they're kind of pushed and bent open, and he kind of ducks in and comes in the doorway. So he's standing at the door and he's looking around, and he's looking over at this bot standing in the corner. And then
I wave.
he's looking at you, and you hear Sound Blaster, Shockwave, what a wonder. Please come on up, please. Here's your, you hear these thud as he walks, and you feel the ground vibrate, and he stops.
Right.
Definitely
Out of
did.
character, I'm very happy he's here.
Of course you are.
We've been dealing with his stuff in the past already.
Yes. This is the first time they actually meet face to face. Now
I'm
with
not gonna lie, I'm very tempted to side with him.
oh, Jesus. Overload, who did you pick for a team?
It's fine. It's fine.
With
You and
that
your friends, I swear to God.
Sound Blaster
I mean,
is
can you blame me? They're all Decepticons.
I'm not a Decepticon.
You're a neutral factor.
yeah, he's neutral right now, so it's like, but you see Shockwave, and you see him kind of stuttering. This is Overload, the one I employed, along with Gilgamesh, his partner in crime. Is there anything you need from me? And he just stares at him. One optic just glaring almost look, but he doesn't. He looks over at you, Overload.
I'll just cycle around to see him.
You have my map.
Oh,
And I don't have a voice thing on right now, so I'm not going to do it. But he's very dead serious. Do you have my map?
yes, we do.
And he puts his hand up. Where is it?
Where's the Chanex?
And he looks at you, Gilgamesh.
I fold my arms as I'm staring up at him.
And he pulls up his arm. He taps a few buttons on his arm console, and it flips shut. Another bot comes walking in, very different looking to most Cybertronians. He looks literally like a stripped down bot. He has a case, and without even saying anything, the bot opens the case, and it's a big case, and there's a ton of Shanix in it.
Ooh.
And then the bot closes it and holds it in front of them with both hands and just stands there quietly. Map.
I'm just looking at Gilgamesh like, fair call now.
And he kind of leans forward to all of you, and he's staring down at you, Overload, a little bit, because he is still a bit taller, and he's looking at all of you with his one optic, and he's just, do not waste my time.
Oh, no time has been wasted. All 5 of the pieces were collected.
Then where is
I'm more
the map?
curious about you. Word is that you're becoming the new guild leader in town.
And he just stares at you with his one optic. I have better things to do than deal with petty guild matters.
Can I tell if he's lying?
Let's see.
Is he? Well, I guess my question is: he deceiving? Because I will
No.
perceive. Okay.
He is very logical about what he's saying.
I know who he is, and that's why I'm just like I'm curious if he would lie to me about his position. Okay.
No.
So
Matrix, I got a question for you.
Yeah, shoot.
Can I roll to see if my character knows Shockwave?
Sure.
pretty sure that'd be a history.
Yeah, it'd have to be history because of how far back. The
I
shockwave's
know
been
I
around.
would, because I know him because I've already done my history check on him.
Yeah, it's like you're both looking. You kind of know him. Ouchie.
Of course, of course.
I didn't mean to do
I'm
it twice,
sorry.
but you know.
He wants to twice it. Okay, fine. I'll give you the. Okay. Oh boy, Striker, you're sitting over there and you're like, I know who this is. You do remember him from the past. You've only encountered him a handful of times. You know he's calculating, cold, very straightforward. He doesn't
So
like
I know
wasting.
there's a very good chance that he's absolutely seen right through my disguise.
Maybe.
So I'm going to reluctantly go look for a blank wall that I can open the portal with the QSD. Before I do, though, I am going to turn back to him. You're probably going to recognize this one. I turn back, I open the portal.
And
I will
he's
walk into it.
he stares. You hear him. Fascinating. Surprised anyone made that thing work properly.
I will come back out with the 5 pieces. And I'll step out of the portal and just have it close right behind me.
He's looking at the map and he puts his hand back out. Map.
I place it down in the table in front of us. 5 pieces. They pointed into a void in space.
None of your concern.
Oh, but I tend to disagree. I think it's very much all of our concerns.
Why are you wasting my time?
Is it a waste of time? Because the way as I see it, you're trying to revive something. You're after something big. Much bigger than Cybertron. Much bigger than any of us, really. I know who you are. And undoubtedly you know who I am. So let's not get aggressive. Let's just talk. Because you and I both know what that really leads to, doesn't it?
Fine. What is it you need?
You say you're not associated to the guild. Fine. I can believe that. You're too logical of a being to really deal with political matters. But you know who is. You know who's trying to take over Cybertron now. And either you're trying to gather your own strength to take it back for yourself, or you're helping those who are trying to take over Cybertron now to their own ends. And likely for your own personal gain. Who's leading these attacks on Cybertron?
They are a waste of my time, but they have interfered a few times. but I have information on them. And as you're all standing there, I don't really have the icon because it didn't work either. I am really upset about this. So I'm going to use... I won't use that. You guys might get ticked with him. Here it is. Give me a second. I got to fix something. It's not that big. I'm going to use this for an icon. You see... Oops, it's supposed to be on this end. Somebody stepped through the door. And she's holding something.
Wait, who just stepped through the door?
Ava. And he's... Shockwave's gesturing. I have employed for security to ensure I get my map. Ava's standing
Really,
there.
Shockwave. And here I thought you weren't capable of lying.
You see Ava kind of standing there. You're all seeing this. Gilgamesh, you could swear it's your master, but you know it's not. It's not Widow. There's little distinctions on this one that is different. Same height, same look, but coloring, instead of red, there's orange spots. Her optics are not the same as your master's. They are different color. They're like a light blue. But she's holding someone. And they're on
Who's she holding?
carbine. She's unconscious. And she's kind of holding her by the neck and the shoulders with one hand. Interesting pet you have.
His fists are clenching tightly.
Little one.
He's not. His face isn't changing, but his fists are clenching tight.
But you hear her just, hello, little one, or should I, little scrap? She always had a soft
You're
spot.
Ava.
Aegis, you still around?
Aegis is still on the other side. He didn't see that Carbine got picked up.
What about Scampa? Because I had Scampa sitting underneath the metal things outside.
She slipped past. She's got a bit of a cloaking device on her. She's not easily seen.
Well, I'm checking in with Aegis to see if he was got as well.
No, Aegis is still outside. So he reports, no, I'm still here. Is everything okay in there? Do I need to come in?
Circle around the front. Prepare to dive bomb.
So I will move him around. I'll have him. He's flying around out here, so he's just above the vehicles.
Yeah, so I'm getting him prepared to dive bomb through the door in case.
So as she's standing there and she goes, strange feline, you know, and she starts moving her thumb, and it's like, I could easily crush this thing.
Come on now. We're only here for business. Everything's going underway. I mean, you got your compass thingy. We got our cash. There's nothing else to really worry about.
Shockwave turns to you guys, and he again, map now.
I placed on the table.
And he
It was already there.
yeah, but he's just standing there with his hand out, and he goes, and he goes, fine. And he reaches for it. He slowly grabs it, and he turns. The other bot sets the case down and follows him. They start to leave and head out the door. He gets to Ava. You deal with them with however you want. I have what I want. And he leaves with the map. Make him kind of disappointed.
Man, a double cross. Couldn't see that coming.
I really wouldn't call it a double cross more as Shockwave saying his business is done, so we're no longer under his protection.
As you're all standing there, a few more bots come in, which my icons are not copying the way I want. Around Ava. And you just see them spreading out. And one of the bots has an attention to this patron over here, and he's just watching you.
I wave.
Come on
He's
now. Is this really necessary?
I don't know. The little scrap couldn't stay out of it, anything. Just like his master. Always has to be goody two shoes. Weren't for you, she would have been better off.
Me? You think I chose this? You think I chose this life? No. No, I was chosen for this life.
Oh, you think you were chosen?
You?
She starts.
You.
You both are back and forth. She starts arguing back at you. If it weren't for you, she would have been a better assassin than any of us. But she failed to stick to it because she got soft because of you. You realize most of the hits you did, they turned the tide for the betterment, and she gets all snotty about it. Betterment of Cybertron for the universe.
And what do you get out of seeing the chaos on Cybertron?
Isn't
What
it,
do you get out of it?
Isn't it obvious? Haven't you noticed? I'm the new guild leader, and things are starting to come together. It's always been about the control, the power.
In the corner, I'm just gonna raise my hand.
And the one bot standing there like, and Ava turns toward you, Void Striker. Who are you?
Call me Random Patron 32, but what's a guild leader?
She looks at the one bot. Kill him. He starts to raise his blaster toward you.
Sound blaster.
Yes, Overload. And
Are you with her by chance?
No. And she looks past you both. Sound Blaster, you think you're gonna walk away from this? You think you can get away?
Yes,
And
I think he will. I'm going to disengage my disguise.
the bot kind of what? And everybody's a little.
Aegis.
I'm
Dive.
trying to reach out to Carbine telepathically.
She's still unconscious, so she can't. So he dive bombs.
I'm trying to like call out to her, trying to wake her up.
Yeah, and what do you want to have Aegis do? Because right now her back's to the door.
Dive bomb right into her.
He gladly, you suddenly hear this whistling, and it sounds so fast, and all of a sudden you hear this boom. He stumbles forward and a fine. Where did I put it? Right here. Oh yeah, she gets hit hard. She stumbles forward, and she also gets damaged for not much, but it's about.
Does she stumble in my direction?
Yeah, she's stumbled forward. She got slammed hard, so she's halfway into the place now. Oops, that's not halfway.
So do we get a surprise round of action?
Uh-huh, yes you do, because the rest of the
That's what I
bots
planned.
are in shock. Aegis is still curled into some kind of ball slammed into her, but he gets up and flies back off of her. And it depends on where you want him, so I'm going to put him over here kind of out of the way.
I wasn't gonna plan on using him for combat since Carbine's out.
Yeah.
What I had planned was getting him to get her out.
All right, as he jumps up, hang on, let me see if, because she would have dropped it. Oh, yes, she did. Sweet. And he grabs Carbine by the scruff and just flies out of there as fast as he can. He whips past the bots. They try and take a few pot shots at him. Ooh. Okay, that's not good. Oh, they didn't do much damage to him. They just kind of winged him, literally. Bad joke, sorry.
Well, Sound Blaster, if you're not with them, then you can either stay behind that counter or you can help us get out of this mess.
You see his
Your
shoulder
call.
cannon come around. Let's finish this. I'm with you, boys. And he pulls out his other gun as well, and he's ready to fire. And he's sitting there.
So I cast Shadow Blade at 3rd level, and I'm swinging at Ava.
As you do, go ahead and give me a hit on her, because you're going to get a surprise hit on her really hard, which is not going to be pretty.
And I need to roll another D8 because this is
Yeah.
3rd level.
Go ahead. Okay, let's see. It's going to make me do math again. Nice.
So 20 points of psychic damage.
And considering I made a promise to Sparky, I'm just gonna yell out, "Sorry, Spark," as I'm just gonna bang.
Jeez. That's nasty. Okay, so she's down on the ground. All right, so since you, Void Striker, since you're a part of that little surprise, the other bot in front of you is kind of in shock, like looking over. Do you want to try and take a hit?
I'm a point blank him.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Auto crossbow at close range. I'm going to say you all have advantage because he's not looking at you. He's looking at what happened at the door because they're dumb. Of course.
Oh, there you go. There's the damage.
Oh, okay.
And remember,
He's
it's
already-
energon bolts too.
Yeah, so you hurt him really badly. He's standing there and bleeding out a little bit of energon from it. Ava, let's see if I can get her ass up. She gets up magically. Holy cow, does she get up? What was that? She's pissed. I'm going to move that bot out of the way.
Countermeasure.
So, with all that, let's roll some initiative, boys and girls. Because I'm going to need it.
10.
Okay. Wow.
Apparently, no valid token was selected.
Don't worry
Yeah,
about
don't
it.
worry about that.
It's something that Roll20 does, and it's kind of annoying. And then Dave goes next, which is Gil. Yeah, I shorten your names down so I can actually write faster. And then these guys were... I have to roll for that one. Okay, so I'm going to roll... Okay, 2 are between you two. Oh, and the rest are all after. What about her, though? Ooh. Okay. Ava is going to take aim at you, Gilgamesh, since she gets to go first on this. She's pissed, by the way.
Okay. What you doing?
Does 16 hit you? I can't remember. Do you have... I can't remember.
It won't because I'm going to use my reaction to activate shield.
So as she fires, it literally... I think she got hurt really good by just slamming into his back, or into her back. So the shot just went wide. There we go. So she's going to take another shot at you, though. Will a 19 hit with that?
Yep, that's gonna hit.
All right.
Unless I use my reaction to do Shield of Faith.
That's only a +2. That would bring me to a 16.
Ah, what damn.
Yeah.
Oh my god. So
I mean, I can help with that.
so
I mean, do you want me to help?
What
I
you got
mean-
to the table, if you want?
I have an infusion that will give you a +1 to your AC.
it's got to still be
At
a
least-
19.
At least
It's only gonna bring me to a 17.
So I'll tell
I'm
you,
still getting a hit.
it only hit you for 14. That's it.
14.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because
so then my Shield of Faith isn't quite valid. Well, actually, it stays up for 10 minutes. Might as well.
I mean,
Yeah, you can-
I can fix what it whatever they do to you, so don't worry.
All right, so Overload, you're up. You're next.
Let's make this bit more fun. As
Battle
these
music.
two guys over here, I'm going to cast
Oh crap!
second level of command.
Oh god! What was the command again?
Betrayal.
Oh,
Love it. I love it.
all right. Okay. They're both looking around like what? And then they start targeting everybody else except for you guys. Jesus. So, is there anything else you want to do before it's their turn? Because surprisingly, it's their turn after you. God damn it.
This Ava person, do they have a ranged weapon,
Yes.
or are they like melee?
No, they do melee, but she has a ranged weapon. That's what it's in a sense, a simple pistol, but it's a more modern version of, kind of like what Gilgamesh has.
Okay. I don't need to use it right now, so I'll just shotgun.
Shotgun. Oh, okay.
Uh,
You miss her with it.
but you know what won't miss?
Oh,
My
oh.
auto turrets.
She
Only
takes
3 damage, but
She takes a couple hits and she stumbles backwards a little bit, so she falls back a bit. Like, okay, what was that? And that dropped her down just a little. With that, now it's the other two. Who do you want them to attack? I'm going to ask you, Overload, because these are the two that I actually had designated. I did them in twos. So those two that you commanded.
okay.
Oh God. Does he roll?
Lower their numbers.
Okay. The first one that's closest to him, that's how I have this all planned, fires a shot at him and actually hits him. Ooh, does 13 damage to him right off the bat. Second one fires, and I think he's a bit confused, and he misses. So that's their turn, and now we are back to Gilgamesh now. I had to look at the list there. What would you like to do,
All right.
Gilgamesh?
Where is Ava on the map here so I can?
She's
get an
right
idea?
there. She's the Turbo Fox for right now because the original icon I don't have.
Okay.
It didn't show up, and I don't want to bother with it.
Yeah, because I just want to get myself in position because I did attack her, so I should be right here. So I'm going to pull out my Energon Rapier and I'm going to take a swing. That's an 11.
That will miss. She moves and swipes, and she's antagonizing you a little bit here and there. Like, this is the best she could teach you.
I just smirk and I'm going to basically call out to the group, ready your ears. And that's going to be my turn.
Crap. All right. Void, it's up to you now.
Okay, so I really fucked up the one in front of me, right?
Yeah, he's hurt really bad right now. Surprisingly, he's actually the weakest.
Yeah, I'm just gonna hit him again with the auto crossbow.
Oh, God. Okay. Okay. Just roll for damage, see what happens. Okay. He's still standing, but this time now he's really losing a lot of energon and he's stumbling back a bit looking at you. And you got any other moves in there, or is that it? I want to be sure.
I'm gonna bring Scamper in.
Oh, God. I forgot about Scamper.
I'll have Scamper attack him.
Oh, God. I forgot what to Scamper have. Jesus Christ.
He has a dagger.
Uh, oh, for crying out loud, you had to me. Oh, fine. Whatever, hit him. With that, Scamper, describe to me how Scamper takes this bot out.
The little scrappers would be proud. Scamper is going to disassemble his neck joint.
I was going to say, you're going to go for the head, aren't you, somehow? So this bot's
I'm
like,
going to disassemble his neck.
yeah, so this bot's standing there from the two big shots. He's very weak. And this little bot's running up at him. He's trying to get him off while he's trying to keep from bleeding out all his energon. And this little bot's just tearing out the bolts. And the other bots are like, well.
I feel like this is something you would see on Rick and Morty.
So with that, this bot's head, he looks up at you. I just started this job. And the head falls off and the body just starts collapsing in front of you.
Should have gone for better employment.
Okay. Is there anything else you can do? I just need to make sure.
No, I'm
Okay.
gonna. I've only got my reaction left, and I'm gonna hold on to that.
All right. So the one bot that's closest to you, Void, that is not dead. Here, let me get rid of this one so you don't see him. He's dead. There. This bot right here. I'm just gonna ping next to him. His turn. Let's see. He's looking at you, Void, and I know an 11 don't hit you. I think you scared him. It shoots past you, and you're just like.
The thing is, I've got something prepared if somebody missed my AC.
The shot just passes by. You don't even flinch, and you're just like, that was it. All right, so we go back up to Ava, who she's going to back up, and she's almost at the door right now. And she's going to take her pistol out and take a shot at you, Gilgamesh, which I know an 11 will miss you. I think she's stumbling around from that hit. That's what it is. God damn, my rolls are sucky. She's going to try and take her second shot, though, which, oh my God. Never mind. It shoots past, hits one of the bottles up on the bar. Jesus.
Hey, 98 bottles of beer left on the wall.
Yeah, literally now. So with that, Overload, it's your turn.
It looks like she's trying to escape, yeah?
Probably. I don't know. I didn't plan that far ahead.
Now, question. Is she counted as humanoid?
Sort of. She's Cybertronian. Is this for one of
By
the
humanoid-
spells?
Kinda, yeah.
Let's just say humanoid would classify them as well. There we go. Because we don't really have something that's classified under there. So
Okay, good. I'm casting hold person.
I have to actually look. It's like where to go. On a wisdom saving throw or be parallel. Oh God, here we go again.
Oh shit. Here we go again.
Yeah. Here we go again. All right, wisdom saving throw, huh?
But as well, I want to cast Bane.
Okay.
I'm casting it on Ava, this guy right here, and the one that missed because fuck him.
All right, let's see. We need to do. Okay, I'm gonna do what? A wisdom saving throw for this?
All three of them must make a charisma saving throw
God.
first.
Oh, okay.
If they fail, then on any attack or saving throw they must make, they have to roll a d4 and subtract it.
Okay, so let me do that, and then. Okay, Does a 16 help in any way?
For which one?
That would be Ava.
Then she succeeds unless someone is able to make that lower.
Make it lower. Make it lower. And then for the other two, so those the other two are just the charisma saving throws, right?
Yeah, they both. All three of them need to make saving throws for charisma, which Ava succeeded for the Bane.
Okay, what do they need to beat for the charisma? What's the number?
13 as well.
Okay, one of them was 12. The other one's 10. Never mind. Those two didn't make it.
All right. And
There.
then
Never mind.
then Ava still needs to roll for the whole person to see if they succeed.
Okay. 19.
19 succeeds.
With the plus. Yeah. So she's the
Okay, so they're not paralyzed.
God, you're not going to do that again, are you? I still feel bad for that one, even though it was not really alive. But
Man.
so she's kind of standing there like, try again.
Okay.
It's like, go ahead, try again.
Please let me be my turn. Please let me be my turn.
Oh, I know. I already used 2 actions. I can't. Sheet.
Okay. Are those two bots still under your control, correct?
It was only for 1 round.
Oh, okay. So right now, let me see. They didn't succeed.
I mean, one did, so I would think this guy's pissed off.
Yeah, I think you're going to be like. So they're going to take aim at Gilgamesh since he is the closest target that seems to be right in their line of vision. So first one's going to be 18 hit you.
Yep.
And that is only a 13 damage. Yours is low, so they're grunts. What do you expect?
13.
And then the other one, he will not even hit you. So it's your turn now, Gilgamesh.
Question. Surrounding Ava, this guy and this guy, are they within 10 feet of her?
Yes. They are actually
Boys are
within.
gonna love this.
Oh, God.
So I'm going to immediately charge up to Ava, get right up in her face. Learn this. And I cast Thunderstep. And I'm going to teleport out. So they're gonna they need to make a Constitution saving throw. And they need to beat, let's see. It's gonna be a spell save of 13.
Okay. Come on. 15. Oh, I got excited about that. Sorry. Made me excited. Sorry.
So is that for all 3 of them?
That is only for Ava. Sorry, I was
'Cause
excited.
If they're within 10 feet, they all have to make that saving throw, and they're gonna take
Okay.
equal amount of damage.
I'm doing this in the order you pointed to them. So I'm like, the bottom
Okay.
one survived it. And you said 13?
Yep.
Okay, the top one barely survived it. He scraped by on a 14.
So the ones that survived will take 9 thunder damage.
Yep.
The
Okay,
one
I
who
gotta
did
look
not
at-
will take 18.
Well, I will also say one does have to do a subtraction of a d4.
Thank you for reminding me of that. Okay, those two are. You can tell they're injured. They're not bleeding out or anything, but you can tell their armor and their body parts are kind of beat up looking and more gnarly. Ava still looks like Ava right now. So she's not too bad a shape at all.
So as this teleport happens, the entire room goes "Skadoosh!" As the thunder can be heard from 300 feet away. I'm assuming it's going to shatter out some of the windows.
Yes, and you hear Sparky, No, not my bar.
And as I'm outside, I'm going to transform into my Displacer Beast form.
Crap. Yes. Oh, sorry.
And I'm
I
going
just wanted to see it.
and I'm going to taunt at Ava.
She
Man,
looks at you. Oh, the little scrapling got a little more to him. Looks like I'm gonna have to up the game. And as you do, you see her tap on her arm console. And you hear this. And it peers around the corner of the building and is staring down at everything out here, which is you. You see a giant combiner robot staring down at you.
Shit.
Maybe roll for his initiative. Okay, you don't have to worry yet. And you just see Ava grinning.
In that case, since I do have an action, I am going to activate Blade Ward.
All
And that will end my turn.
right. Let's see. It is Void Striker's turn now.
All right. What to do? What to do? That's the question.
am I trying to make a suggestion?
Yes.
Someone's back is turned to you.
Oh, I was gonna say, enlarge me. As I'm gonna make this a lot more fun and a lot more destructive.
Alright, so I'm just gonna move over here. And I'm just gonna look at these bots because I know for a fact they're not gonna like what I'm about to do. Enlarge reduce.
Oh boy.
And because I'm a willing creature, let's go.
So as these bots, Ava's not really looking at you guys at the moment, but she's looking at Gilgamesh going, just smirking. But these other three are like turned around to see you and going, oh, like they're kind of panicking now, like, uh.
Now I just need to wait for my turn.
Void Strikers, anything else you want to do? You want to shoot one of these guys? You want to have some fun with them?
Oh, I am very much do. So, I don't like this Eva chick, so she can have this.
Oh, ow. Oh, God, yes. Ow.
Yes, heat metal.
She starts to feel a little warm under the armor there. And you can see she's getting hot, but she's not really getting too bothered by it, but she is getting annoyed. And she turns her head like, really? But she is annoyed. So what do we need to do for this again? Oh boy. Oh, 2d8 fire damage, that's right. Or was it 1d8? Did we change it? I don't remember. I don't care.
It's,
Have fun with it.
2d8 is what you said.
Okay,
So
go for her. Yeah, so she... Do we have to do any kind of saving throw for this again? No.
It's a
Constitution.
DC save of 16.
Mm,
And
she don't make that with an 11. So
Then she stay burned.
she getting burned.
she has to do that every turn because it is concentration.
Now, is there anything else she could do? I don't know if there was.
There is something I can do thanks to cantrip mastery.
Natural
And I'm-
20, baby.
Okay.
Alright, so that's 2d10 that I need to roll.
Okay.
And it has a +8 because of cantrip mastery. I get to add my spellcasting ability as damage.
Let's go.
Oh
Roll
my
them
god.
bones.
Go ahead. Give it all you got.
So, and
Oh,
then it's
fuck.
+8 for both of them.
Okay, give me a second to do math. Oh, Jesus Christ. Well,
16.
everything. Oh.
16 is one, and 17 is the other. So
The natural. Ah. Okay.
Well, that's why it's 2d10.
Yeah.
Because it's doubled.
Yeah. That's
Well,
why I
no,
was like,
it's
it's
2d10
2d10
because
because I'm firing 2 beams at once.
yeah.
Because I'm
Yeah.
above level 5.
So with that, you
Ah.
kind of blast her out the door and she goes prone. So she goes about 30 feet ahead of herself through the doorway because you launch her actually at the angle. She would be closer
And
to
I'm
him.
going to use my reaction to get annoyed about this.
Okay.
Let's hear your insult.
Oh my god. Let's
I'm not doing a good insult. I'm just saying get annoyed about this. As a hitter.
Oh my god. Okay, let's see. Unleash. Yeah, I know a vicious.
Yeah, but you unleashed a string of insults. I want to hear what you would say.
If your target can hear you through understand it, it must succeed on a wisdom. Okay, please. I'm not gonna say
By
it.
that, she failed.
1d4 and
Yeah.
disadvantage on the
2d4.
next attack roll.
Yeah.
2d4.
Oh crap!
Oh yeah, 2d4 gets
It
higher
says
level,
it.
right?
Yeah,
Right.
it says it down there, higher level. I was reading down
There's
too.
the 2d4, 5 damage.
Okay, she's really pissed off at you now, and she's still prone for the moment because you just made her eat.
My appropriate insult shall be, get annoyed about this, you insufficient waste of energon.
Oh, you don't mean beating up my bots.
Emotional damage.
All right. Is there
I
any?
want to know the reaction of her boys after this just quick flurry just happens.
They're kind of in shock right now and looking at you, going, "Oh," and you can hear this other sound outside stomping around, but these three are like, we're in big trouble because they know there's somebody outside and there's you two inside, and they're freaking out a little bit.
Yeah, and that's
They're about to freak out a lot more.
All right, so now it is the single bot turn because I already took care of those two.
Oh wait, Vicious Mockery is also a cantrip. It gets +8 to it as well.
It is. That's true.
God,
That's a
yeah.
cantrip.
Okay, fine, whatever.
So that's 13 damage.
Okay, I got to do math again. I'm gonna roll to see if the DM's gonna kill you all in one hit, making me do math.
Bet. I have an ability to let me get back up.
Oh god. All right. No. All right. So the single bot that is closest to you, Void Striker, which is that top one, he tries to hit you, but I think he's so scared that he peed his energon. So he
Hey, he should be thankful I didn't attack with Steel Defender.
all right. So with that, this big bot comes around. Oh, and he's not here. Sorry. Let me move him out of the way. He comes around. You hear that? He's close. And at his range, he can reach. So he's going to try and take
Well,
us.
guys, it's been fun.
He tries to take a slam on you. But I'm going to say this. You nimbly move out of the way. Like, you just step out of the way because he slams his fist down and misses. And you just hear him loud grunting. He goes for a second hit. 17 hit you.
I'm going to activate shield.
Oh, you
shield.
still have the +2 for my my shield of fate.
Oh, okay. So yeah, there you go. He hits you, but it kind of bounces off, and he's really getting annoyed. And so,
If I was over there, I could also increase your AC by touching you.
and by the way, he has a third attack. He's gonna try and stomp on you, but he's
I'm
obviously
still gonna have shield because
Yeah.
it goes until
it's
the
okay.
end of the round.
It's okay. He misses you because he's so big. He stepped on a small rock and it made him tip over, and he slammed his foot right next to you, but missed completely. There we go. That's how bad his was. I'm not saying. So with that, we are back
You
up
got a 3.
to Ava, and I need to see if she's gonna get up.
Also, does Sound Blaster have a move? Turn you?
Oh shoot! I forgot all about him. He sits back there. I can have him make a
He's
move.
just-
You want me
At
to?
this point, he's just enjoying
No,
the
no.
show.
Actually, between the three of you, what do you want him to do right now? I'll throw him in here right now. Do you want? He's got his 2 blasters.
Hey, yo,
I'd
fuck that guy
say
up.
take a shot at some of the guys on the inside.
Yeah,
All
I'm
right.
like, hey, yo, fuck that guy up.
That one right there, the bottom one.
Yeah,
So
fuck that guy up.
He fires, and from his hand cannon, he fires one shot. That bot disintegrates. He looks
The
over.
Ross cannon?
I'm not saying, but it is. Yes. Okay, for which other bot do you want him to target now? Pick one.
I mean, might as well take the healthier one.
He takes his shoulder cannon, he fires, and he hit. But he only does about 20 damage to him, which is actually 20 damage. And then, we're not done yet. He has his third attack. He takes out
Yeah.
He takes out a blade. It's not very big. It looks like a dagger, but he flicks this one. Oh god, yes, it worked. That one right past you, Void. It's really in bad shape, actually. The knife flings right past your head. You think he was trying to hit you, and it sticks in the forehead of that bot. And the thing is still like, what is this? And his head explodes. He's gone. That leaves the other one, and he's sitting there going, uh-oh. Now let me take care of Ava real quick. She is up. And let me see if I can do this. My god, she did a natural 20. She looks over at you, Gilgamesh. I'll deal with you later. I've got better things to do. And she literally vanishes in front of you. And you know she's running off, but you can't see her.
Can I say something to her before she leaves?
Yeah, go ahead.
Make no mistake. I am gonna carve out your spark and crush it in my hand.
Hey,
Yeah.
Matrix, where's her heat metal? Save.
Oh, crap. No. Well, thankfully you wouldn't do too much to her now, so
Oh no, but I'm foreshadowing what I'm going to do.
yeah, that's what he's gonna do. And it's one of those you could just hear her cackling off in the distance, echoing all around. But you still got this massive bot standing in front of you. And I do apologize for that. Let me do something real quick. Where'd it go? Oh, I lost it. Uh-oh.
Well, if I did.
I'm trying to. Give me a second. I'm shy. I'm so sorry. It's somewhere around here, and there was a little thing I wanted to toss to you. Yes, I do need to stretch. Where'd it go?
I'm just waiting for my turn to come around.
No, you don't. You don't get to have a turn anymore. No.
Aw, fuck you.
Here. Make it sound like there's a fight going on. Sorry, I should have had something going. Been excited telling this all.
I was like hinting at that earlier. It's like battle music, battle music.
Sorry.
It's okay.
All right. Sorry, I needed something to drink too. Oh, which you did hydrate too, which is good.
Yep.
So you
my
got
water right here.
two bots. One huge combiner bot, and this one that's sitting inside.
Who's probably sold himself by now.
Yeah, he dropped a lot of nuts and bolts at this point, and he's just freaking out a little bit. Overload, you're up.
All right. So first question: can I move up to here? Is it possible for me to do that?
What's your movement distance? I think you can,
30.
You could move about halfway in that distance. Actually, wait a minute. You're bigger now, aren't you?
Yeah, I've
Yes.
increased his.
So
platform.
you're more like up here.
Okay.
I have
so
to
then,
count for your size.
well, I'm gonna use an action to make a dash
Okay.
so I can get up to here.
Okay, now you're up there. Yeah. This bot's freaking
And
out.
now that I'm, and as an extra action, rage.
Oh, jeez.
Geeber.
And because I still have one action left, because extra attack, have you heard of the Can Crusher?
You just see him shaking his head. Oh.
You're about to.
Oh my god.
And it adds another +4 because because of enlarge, and a +2 because of rage.
Finish him.
Because you've been increased by enlarge reduce, you get. I believe it also increases the damage a bit further.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, especially since it's unarmed.
I think you made him into a pin, not a can. Finish him.
An extra D4 damage.
Considering I'm enlarged and raging on top of it, just rocket fist piston down.
Oh my god. And the music just picks up at the right moment for this too. All you see is this flurry of this massive bot slamming down on what was possibly a bot. There isn't much left of this guy except for some energon splatter and possibly what looks like to be a pin. There's something you can wear if you want.
It's like you get some bling, bro.
And I'm guessing I would have at least 5 movement left,
Yes.
which I want to just step out. Probably gonna bend the doorway, but I'm gonna step out.
Doorway's already bent. Go right ahead.
And then seeing this guy
Okay,
here,
so those are done. So just leave.
Yeah, he's attacking me at the moment, so I have his attention.
that won't be for long. And I'm gonna be ready to attack next, and that's pretty much the end of my turn because I can't cast spells.
Okay, Void Striker, you're up. It's your turn.
Alright, well. I'm gonna have to use an action to get out with dash, so. Yeah.
No, you should be able to use about your normal movement to get out there.
Oh, so I don't have to use
So you
dash.
know you
Alright,
don't have to
sweet.
use dash. You're closer than Overlord was.
I'm just gonna look at the big guy and go. Well, don't you seem familiar?
He just looks at you guys and whoops, I grabbed the wrong thing. And just looks down and he just destroy. And he seems like a familiar bot, but he's a little different attitude wise. And he's just looking at you. What do you want to do, Void Striker?
I'm going to Eldritch Blast.
Okay. You hit.
So that's 2d10 plus, 8.
The shots connect. He doesn't really budge. You do a little bit of something. He just looks at
Then-
you. So
Then I'm going to use my extra attack to Eldritch Blast again.
let's see. Oh my god. Let's see. You'll miss with that one,
Alright, so
but it'll deflect. I'll say it'll deflect off of him. Like he's.
You think I missed?
Oh god.
No, bro, I hit.
Oh god. Yeah. Okay. So with that, you freaking hit. So you hit him, and he just like really, this is what you're gonna hit me with? Okay. So with that now,
Oh, and
do you got anything
no,
else?
I still have my bonus action that I can use with cantrips.
Oh god. All right. Oh Jesus Christ.
Hey, look, I can just pop this again.
Oh. Why do I allow this? But yeah. All right.
That one doesn't do very much damage.
Yeah,
He
that's
just,
not gonna
like-
do much.
Did you just
That's
throw a rock
16
at me?
damage.
Two nat ones on the damage. I mean,
Remember,
oof.
they also get plus 8.
All right. Anything else you got in that bag of tricks?
Yes, I have one, and it's literally gonna feel like a tickle to him.
Probably. He's a big guy. Oh. Okay.
Steel Defender.
All right. Go ahead.
3 damage.
It's like,
You nick the toe.
yeah, he's looking at his foot. That's what I was thinking of. Like, he's looking at his foot. He pulls out a huge blaster, and he points it at all three of you. And as he does,
How are you gonna make me do it? Fuck. What are you doing?
oh, I do not have. I did not make the icon for it. Oh, that's bad. I wanted to so have an icon. I need to make up the icon. I messed up something, but it's okay. I will fix it later. As you guys are about to, let's see if he. Oh, what did I have to roll
It
on
hasn't
that?
been my turn yet, so my shield is still active.
Yeah. I roll a nat 20 for him. His cannon starts powering up. And, oh, please do not. I have to. Oh my god. I actually have. Okay, hang on. I gotta do this. Okay, roll. I need to add. He's going to. Oh boy. Yeah, he takes a shot at you guys. He does. Oh boy. 45 points of damage.
I'm down.
Would that be reduced since I'm raged?
Yes.
Okay, so mine's reduced.
Yeah, that's why I was like, oh my gosh.
So, on
He-
death saving throws, if it goes above my maximum HP, is that automatic one failure?
No, that's not how it works. As if you get down, then you're on your death saving throws. It doesn't count for another, unless he attacks you again.
Okay.
Now, did you send Aegis back to the ship, Overload?
I would make Aegis go and get Carbine out of here. If he went to the ship, then he went to the ship. I didn't give him a direct order to do that, just to get Carbine out.
You telepathically you can hear Overload. She is safe. Do you need my help?
big guy.
Big guy? What do you mean, big guy?
I-
He's
I've
flying
said-
back. He's coming from a direction, and he comes up, and he's like, "That ain't no big guy. That's a huge guy." And he's like, "What do you want me to do?"
Gather. Escape.
Gather who?
And
He's like, I can't pick
I
him
point
up.
towards him.
He's like, I can't pick him up, but I can do something better. And can he lay hands on him? I can't remember how
That, if he's a paladin, hang on. Yes, he can lay on hands.
Okay. He's going to quickly lay on hands on Gilgamesh real quick.
And that works on someone who's at 0 HP, right?
It does, because it more or less brings you back up.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's fine. He powers up again to take a shot at you, though. So I'm mixing up combat a little bit. He's powering up again. Oh, son of a...
I'm telling him, I'm gonna have Aegis shield Gilgamesh.
So he transforms into his shield and lands on your arm, Gilgamesh. You're kind of sitting there stunned. This...
Oh, wait, how many hit points did it give me back?
Oh, shoot. What did I roll? What can I give him? Shoot. I forgot.
With the level, level
Wait,
9.
where did it go? I had his
How
sheet
many
here.
points can you actually give? Hang on. You're level
He's
9.
got...
If he's a level 9 paladin, he should have a hefty pool.
Yes, he does.
Well, because
Where is
he's strictly paladin, not a mix.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's strict paladin. Ah, crap. How do I do it again? Jesus Christ, I gotta remember.
Easily find it.
I think you declare like how many HP you want to give him out of the pool that you have. And
Yeah.
that just becomes my HP.
So let's see. Okay.
Is 5 times the paladin level.
So he would have
45.
45.
So he's gonna throw you 30. Because he
30?
can.
Okay.
Yeah. Remember, he's got his own thing right now, and he's on you. So he's actually
I'm
boosting.
I'm getting that back on my sheet here. So.
Remember, he's also boosting your AC right now. So this bot's rolling, and I know what he rolled. You guys aren't gonna like it, but
Void, what's your AC?
Yeah.
Well, I should be saying what's your health right now.
56.
Okay, so you're still hefty. Good. Well, actually, that determines. What's the damage first?
Well, what do you roll? Because that would determine
was-
what I do.
it was another nat 20. That's why I said
Why?
sorry. I was like, but
So who's he hitting with this blast?
he's aiming at you guys again. He's pretty much, his blast kind of gums out. He'll actually hit all 3 of you with it. But with this, you guys suddenly, just as he's about to fire, a cannon blast comes out of nowhere and hits this guy. And oh, fuck you too. I got you on a nat 20, bitch. Oh, sorry. Just got excited there for a moment. And it does. Oh, God, I have to. Okay, I got to do some math. Give me a second. God damn it. Now I have to do my own math. So that's that. He stumbles back. You see a gaping hole in his chest. And he is kind of stumbled like, what just hit me? He's hurting bad now. But he still has another attack. He's dropped his gun, and he comes in to stomp on Gilgamesh, because he's the one. He misses, but something comes in at this very moment and slams into him. It's a giant shadow coming over you guys. You don't recognize this massive bot at first. As it slams him back over the top of the rocks, and this huge bot is standing in front of you. And he's got his cannon out, and he points down. I'm Phoenix. Leave my crew alone. Blasts the head off. And they all fall apart. And they you see some of them scampering away in their little bot forms, running away, scared in fear.
So I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
The combiner's gun's still on the floor, yes?
Yes, it is.
I'm gonna enlarge reduce it.
I will allow it.
It's
I
mine
will
now.
allow it. I dropped it. I made him drop it for a reason.
It's mine now.
It's still a big gun in your hands, but you can handle it. And you see this gun is a very unique cannon, and it's very powerful still. I'll have to give you stats for it, though, because I don't have them yet for it. But you guys see in front of you this massive bot, which actually he's a bit bigger than this. I will have an icon for him. I did. Again, I've got 3 things that are not functioning. That's okay. You guys see him. He turns to you slowly and he looks down. Sorry it took me so long. And you just hear a deep booming voice coming out. As he's looking at you, but I can't hold this for him too long. And as he's standing there, you're standing in front of the Phoenix. You're all seeing him transform back into the ship. All the rest of the crew is like, what just happened? Because they were all for the ride.
Gonna go ahead and de-rage.
I'm gonna
Better late
cancel
than
the
never.
reduce on him too.
Better late than never.
And you hear across your comms, I had to take time to reconfigure and remake myself. It took a little while, but I learned some interesting stuff. How to do this. I learned how to transform.
Well, just glad that you're back in one piece.
Matrix, I'm gonna do something some Cybertronians might find very disgusting.
Well, at least you seem more sentient than before.
Thank you, sir. I am here to serve.
And I was gonna head back in to like check on Sound Blaster, but I'm guessing I'm gonna be distracted by whatever Void's gonna do.
I'm going to go up to the corpses and surgically remove their T-cogs.
I'm going to check the chest to make sure the Channix is still there.
You see the Shannock sitting there. I won't even have you guys roll for it because the bar is dead empty right now, except for Sound Blaster, who's sitting behind the bar having a drink and shaking his head. Just he's sitting there. The Shannock's still there. I won't
How
even.
much are we looking at here?
Well,
What did I have it agreed upon on the number? Wasn't it? It was a huge amount.
Yeah, like I said, it's so long ago.
Yeah,
I
trying to-
genuinely don't know, and I
Give me a
never wrote
second.
that down.
I know I did, and I have to find. You have currently on you 20,000 Shannocks. Wait, no. Should be more than that.
Yeah, I thought it was like 50 for the job.
Oh, I see what I did. Never mind. It's 50. You're right. I am reading the wrong number. I've got it on paper and I have it curled around so I couldn't see the top number. It's 50,000. You're right.
All right.
oh, well, that was definitely interesting. So, what you doing now, Sound Blaster? Since I'm guessing you're not employed anymore.
Well, no, I'm still employed. That means I still have my guild. She didn't take me out. But that means my guild is in danger. I'm going to have to go take care of business then. There
If
might
I was to say, it's probably better you're not doing it alone, because as you can see, we also have business with her.
Yes, I see that. Hopefully the term, you know, enemy of my enemy is my friend. I hope we can have an agreement on that.
Well, your business was with just the compass, so no ill will, unless Gilgamesh has something to say.
I'm walking up to the bar.
Is he
You
avoiding?
really didn't know.
No, I didn't, Gilgamesh. If I had, I wouldn't have even come. That is the one person, Shockwave, I can deal with. But her? I thought she was dead. You do realize who that was, right, Gilgamesh? And he's kind of
I know of her aliases, but what's her real name?
He pours out a couple Energon drinks for all of you and have a seat. I'll give you the story real quick. Sparky
I'm just
comes
gonna-
out. Sparky comes
I
out.
grab the drink right away, and I'm chugging that shit.
You see Sparky come out my bar. You idiots. Well, not you idiots. I know you guys didn't do it. This is business. But
So let us know the damages, and we'll help you pay for it. This is partially our fault.
no, I overload from way back in the day. Don't worry about it. I'll just take the Shanix off those bodies as he yells at Void Striker. The Shanix is mine. You better leave it.
I have no interest in petty currency.
Good. Where that worthless guard bot went to. Stupid idiot. Whatever. But Soundwave, or sound, wow, I sound Soundwave, Sound Blaster, he kind of walks over. He goes, "Why don't we get a bit more comfortable?" And he walks over to the curved couches. He says, "Have a seat, since we're going to be here for a moment." Sparky starts cleaning it, or yeah, Sparky starts cleaning up the bar and everything. So you guys are sitting there taking it easy while Void Striker is stripping bots of their transformation cogs, which go right ahead. Sound Blaster sits back. She's your master's twin. They're sisters.
I figured as much. An old memory of mine resurfaced some time ago that I could overhear them talking, and just this phrase of "I'm the better one" just rings out in my mind.
Ava wasn't always Ava. She had a tendency to be a little more aggressive about things, whereas your master, Widow, I hope she's still alive. She was like you, Gilgamesh. A delight to deal with, way more than Ava. But Ava, like I said, is more aggressive, as Widow was much decisive and strategic, not messy.
You keep calling her by her alias. What is her true name?
Widow is Widow's name, but Ava was always called the Spider, particularly the Black Spider, but it wasn't a name that she took on. That was just given to her. Nobody actually knows their real names. I don't even think they know their real names. Widow, she was a unique one. When she came to the guilds, yes, she did some of the dirtier jobs, but she learned to pick the ones that changed things for the better. Even though we're technically, and he kind of waves his arms around, not the good guys, we do have our own laws. So with that, he changed things, such as your contracts. I know of them. You did good by what you did, even though it was, in a sense, a bad deed. You were good. She trained you well. But if Ava's going to be around, we're going to have problems. And that means she is trying to be the new guild leader of all of us, which is disturbing.
Betraying the Koga Guild is not something that is easily done. She must have attacked the leaders on the inside, disrupt the structure.
And she did.
It's no wonder I haven't heard from anyone else.
No.
I've only heard from my master and a few key players I know on the inside.
Yes, we still have loyalty to the guilds. Unfortunately, even I've lost a lot of good members. Most of those were loyal to the end. Literally. Is there anything I can get for you all that you might need? Because at this point, it's our battle.
I can think of one. We're going to need members on our side for an upcoming thing. And it just so happens that if we're able to help with getting the guild back for you and everyone a part of it from that wicked thing, it might be better for you guys to help us in that upcoming battle for any numbers that still remain.
I do know this, Overload, that my good graces are not being so good right now. So it's one of those in the guilds, if you want to be leader, you either do what she's doing or you challenge them. And right now, I'm not looked upon favorably for obvious reasons. But someone else might be able to step up. I can do so much, but lead them all? No.
You don't need to be the one to lead them, simply be the one to recruit them.
I can recruit. Whether they join is up to them. I will try. But I will get you what I can. Not much now, but we will try.
It's fine.
And this person that you say will be good for being a leader, who are they? If anything, we can at least carve a path to their leadership.
I'll be back now. Let's make do some stuff.
All right. Well, I will tell you this. They are looking at one particular Cybertronian. A lot have talked about this particular one. And he looks at you, Gilgamesh. Do you really want to know that answer?
Information is just as dangerous as a blade. Any advantage I can gather. Give me a name.
He pulls out his blade and he flips it up in the air and catches it. And it's pointing at you. And he looks at you. You are the favored one. They see you as the strong one, the one who's decisive, just like Widow. If Widow, they think she's dead. Is she dead? Never mind.
His eyes kind of trailed down a little bit.
I don't want to know.
I don't know.
I don't want to know if she is alive or not. It's better if we don't know. If she comes out, you are still favored to take over. Your master was the one that everyone was looking to help balance it out. They did not want to get this far. They wanted to have their dealings, and maybe one day they would be able to come out and be able to help Cybertron. You do realize this planet is dying.
All too well. Which is why I'm trying to save it. Albeit my own way.
As you're both sitting there, can you and Overload do a perception check? Void Striker's wandering around.
Absolutely. Just gonna move this real
Are you
quick.
still scavenging the bodies?
I mean, I'm assuming it takes them a little bit to surgically remove T-cogs.
Yeah,
make
they're
sure
kind of
still
deep
intact
in.
and
Yeah,
whatnot.
yeah, they're kind of deep in
The
there.
small ones are easy. I'm not going for the big one.
Yeah, yeah, there is still part of one out there. I will tell you, it's just on the other side of those rocks.
So that's a
Oh.
12 for me and a nat 20 for overload.
Okay, with both your perceptions, Sound Blaster you can kind of think he's grinning a bit. He goes, "Yeah, but we have another problem. That map is what you called it."
Mm-hmm.
Compass, yeah.
He took that. What does that exactly do?
Oh, you know, could possibly lead to everyone's destruction.
So we don't have one problem, we have two.
Which is precisely why I asked that in return for helping, we're gonna need numbers.
Then I guess it's a good thing. And you guys noticed it. He's holding on to something with his other hand out of sight. It kind of slipped out of a compartment into his hand, and he holds it out. And he goes, "It's a good thing I swiped it and switched it." And he's holding the map. And he flicks it up to
And I'm looking at, and how did you pull that off?
you. Guys were busy chatting. I figured I had my moment. We're not all saints here, Gilgamesh. And he kind of gives a little of a side wink to you, like, we're not all the same. Didn't used to be this way. And he flicks the map into your hands. It's in better hands with you than him. I know he's going to be mad. But
Well, you saved me the trouble. I actually saved the coordinates that we managed to download when we first popped the compass to learn where it went.
oh, and I
I
forgot.
have the general coordinates, but this at least buys us time. But it also, and he kind of tilts his head a little bit, paints a much larger target on our backs now.
As you guys are
He will
talking,
eventually find out he was duped, and when he does, he
God
will
believe.
likely be coming for us.
Yes, he will. Hey, Sparky, something's coming through the door. Do you always let animals in here? And
Oh.
Sparky's like, "No, that's not mine. That's theirs."
And I'm going to turn as soon as I hear that.
And you see somebody
they're
stumbling
with
through the
us.
door. She's in her cat form still, so they don't know she's a minicon, neither of them, because they didn't really see it happening.
Don't worry, they're with us.
She's kind of stumbling around. She falls down. Just flies over real quick, and you can hear
I'm
beeping,
going
but
to go hop over to her, and I'm gonna kind of pick her up.
I would like to do this to her, please.
as you do cure wounds on her, she's now Gilgamesh. Are you holding her right now?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I would have picked her up at this point if she was stumbling.
You can see she's crying a bit, and she's trying to say something to you. You can barely hear her. It's a little whisper of, "I failed. Sorry, it hurt." And as you do your cure wounds void, she feels a little better, and she says, I think I'm just gonna curl. And she kind of curls up, and she kind of fades out, and she kind of just falls asleep in your arms. And Aegis is sitting up. He kind of flew up to your shoulder, and he's sitting there watching her closely. And you can hear him beeping every once in a while, like, and then he kind of backs off, like, "Oh, she's asleep. I'll stop."
I'm just kind of gently, kind of like giving her pets on her back, and I just kind of whispered her. So did I.
And you just there. She stays in your arms. Strange that you have a bit of a pet, but I see you have a good bond with them. I see your bird-like friend there, Overload, did some nasty damage. What kind of creature is that?
Hmm.
And
I'm
I'll
just gonna
move the
like
carbine
tell.
outside.
I'm just gonna telepath to Aegis. Like, should I tell him about you or?
You hear him? No. He's like, no. It'd be better if we
I,
stay
I'd like
hidden.
to chime up here. Just think of it as an autonomous battle drone with advanced AI.
And you can see Aegis kind of lean. I like his terminology.
Better than calling you a pet.
Hmm. As long as they don't know who we are, we have to stay hidden for now.
But yeah, you can thank our friend here for helping make them. They can do some serious damage, as you can see.
With that, I'm gonna play with Scrapper on the bow. Well, Scamper.
Yeah. Sparky's like, as long as it doesn't, leave surprises on my bar, we're fine.
Scamper will go up and shake his hand.
He kind of hesitantly, nice to meet you.
Yeah, I thought I had some good faith in you. And good to know it hadn't failed me.
Well, I'll tell you this, boys, and bird and cat thingy. Why am I talking to them? Never mind. Been a long day. I should depart back to the guild. At least mine. No, so far, no reports. The other guilds are holding up. They've increased security so far that nobody can get near any of the heads without just
Do we
communication.
know? Do we know what city that they're basically located in?
No, they've gone into hiding, but they're still doing business. But right now, even I'm out in the open, and I shouldn't be. And you can see she went after you more than me. She knows. So I
Which means
suggest
everyone I know is also in danger.
you play it very low key. We don't know many of your associates. She might. And you see Sound Blaster kind of sitting there. And he's thinking, he's thinking of telling you something, but he's hesitant on telling you anything more right now.
I'm going to turn and basically close up the chest of Chanix, grab it, and head out the door.
As you leave, Gilgamesh, you watch yourself out there. The guild's
Stay alive.
gonna try and stay alive, yes. If not, I'd be glad if you took my position. You could handle these guilds. They respect you.
He just eyes him for a moment and will turn back and continue walking out the door.
With that, Sound Blaster
Well,
looks over at you, Overload, and so I will get you forces that I can. But for now, I'm gonna head back. I need to get back to my guild.
yeah, which I'm gonna extend a handout. It was a pleasure doing business with you and fighting alongside you.
As well, you are impressive in battle for a big bot your size. And he shakes your hand and he kind of slaps you on the shoulder. I'll see you boys later. I'd like to keep
Yep.
you on retainer in some way as soon as
Well,
things settle.
if you need any assistance, you have our frequency.
I do that. Be careful out there. And
And I'm gonna approach Sparky.
you see Sound Blaster get up at the same time, and he walks around the counter or the couch there, and he stops at the corner. Sparky, I'll pay for the damages and get you all repairs. I do apologize for all this. And you see Sparky turn to him, lean on the counter. Yeah, you better. I paid, a lot of money out to get this place fixed up, and now my poker tables and roulette tables are ruined. And you see Sound Blaster kind of roll his optic. I will replace them. Do not worry. And he waves
Sound
and
Blaster.
yeah, and he walks out the door. Unless
I'm
you got
trying to get his
something.
attention.
Oh yeah, you can
Yeah.
go ahead. We can say he's still right here. I'm just gonna leave his icon there because he's a pain in the butt to move.
I have a small request, if that is fine.
And I know you, don't I? Have we met before?
Many people know of me. I am Void Strike.
Oh, wait. You're supposed to be dead. Like
I get that a
4,
lot.
5 times over, maybe more. I've lost track. But for a fine bot such as yourself, and plus you're with them, what is it you need from me?
Would you perhaps be willing to track down my original laboratory on Cybertron?
Well, that's easy enough.
I have the generalized grid coordinates, though the entrance may still be hidden.
Yes, I can do that, but if it's in one of the guild areas, I might not be able to locate it for a bit.
It should be located somewhere within the Rust Wastes.
The Rust Waste, really?
Best place to hide a lab.
I guess so, but also the worst place now. You do realize what's over there now, don't you?
I have not been on Cybertron for millennia.
A lot of people avoid that area because, well, they become food for something a little less desirable at times.
If that's the case, what's the situation with Icon City?
There ain't much left of it, let's put it that way. Not many bots live there anymore. We're all on the outskirts, if you noticed. And I'll tell you this, Sharkticons are not something you want to mess with on this planet.
Do you have a way to enter the deep tunnels under Icon City?
Oh, yeah, we have access to that all the time. We don't go
I'm
down
going to give
certain
him
ones.
coordinates. At this location, there should be a ground bridge that only goes to a single location, my lab.
Yeah, I'll check it out
If you
and
can
see.
get it functional, you should be able to get into my lab.
All right, let me take a look at it real quick. And he pulls up a map, and it's holographic, so you guys can see it. And he pulls it up, and he goes, and down through here. We have that blocked off. We can try and send down some scouts, and we'll see. But we normally don't go down that route too often. If it's in this location, we'll take a look. I'll let you know as soon as we find it, if we do. But you're gonna have to give me a little bit of time.
I'm in no hurry.
All right. Give me about at least a good solar cycle time, at least 24 hours. And
Very well.
he looks up. I gotta go. See y'all later. Bye. And he trucks it out to a ship that's waiting for him. And you hear the ship take off, and he's out of there. Sparky looks at you, Overload. Again, you have to mess up my bar. But thankfully,
Sorry,
I have somebody.
sadly this was not planned.
I figured. But if things are going south, which I might not have this place, I might be moving it. I don't know yet. He's not wrong about Cybertron dying. This place, we came here to get away from the planets that were, well, ravaged by the wars. I mean, you know that because that's how I found you, and yeah, saved my life. And he holds up the one prosthetic arm that's moving. If you didn't, I'd be dead now.
Well, if you do decide to move, it was a pleasure to always come around and relax for the times I was able to.
Well, you're always welcome here, as well as your friends. And he kind of gestures to Scamper, who's he's still looking at, still look kind of funny, like, okay.
I'm gonna have Scamper return to me now.
So he watches him scamper across the bar, and he jumps onto you, and it's like, I've seen weirder.
Well, I'll go ahead and extend an hand. Well, you always did do me good.
Hey, you saved my life, and he gives you a strong shake back. And he goes,
Oh, I was gonna move in for a chest bump kind of well,
chest
shoulder bump, I
bump,
guess.
yeah, yeah.
But while I'm in close, I was gonna actually drop down a bag without him noticing.
All right. Let me hang on. Let me see.
As I'm gonna drop him down 300 Shanix.
He sees this. I rolled for it, by the way. He sees this. You know, you never have to pay me anything. You saved my life. But I'm not going to say no, and you see his hand take it and slide it off the counter.
As I'll just swivel around. Safe travels ahead of you.
Hey,
As I'm just gonna head on out.
before you go, because Aegis is on your shoulder right now. He flew back to you. Does your friend there want something to nibble on? I don't even know what that thing eats.
I'm just gonna like look towards him and ask, "You want something?"
And he just like, he wouldn't happen to have a little bit of energon slice there, would he? Just he leans, kind of leaning down to you.
Got energy slices?
Yeah, of course I do. He reaches down behind the counter. He pulls up one. He holds one up. Yeah, see, I got one. Before he even says anything else, Aegis flies off your shoulder, snatches it out of his hands, and flies back to you with it in his beak. Well, you're welcome. And you can kind of, it sounds like he's trying to actually talk, but he's mumbling. Tell him thank you. It's
That's
like,
nice.
okay. So with all that, Sparky's like, safe travels, my friend. And with all that, you guys heading back to the ship now?
Yep.
Which is parked directly outside. So I'm going to switch over here. And I have to refresh that one. I'm going to flip maps for you guys so you're back at your ship. And, oops, wrong button. We're going to snap back to the ship. Sorry, it takes a second to load over. I like the full screen aspect. It looks so much better. With that, you guys board your ship. Phoenix responds, welcome aboard. Good to be back, by the way. And you hear the triplets, everybody's kind of like, what in the world happened? Is kind of all around you. And
Good for you to be back.
you hear Phoenix kind of chiming up a bit more. Ship is running at nominal, or should I say I'm running at nominal state. I feel good. But I can't transform very often, so that's going to be something that I'm going to need a lot of power and time to do. But I can run the ship now and keep things functioning with the help of the triplets.
Phoenix, do
No.
you have access to the database I uploaded?
Yes, I do, Void Striker. What?
Intriguing.
Yes, I have access to everything that is hooked up to this. We are short a few crew members now. Oh. Data logs show that is correct. I am so sorry for your losses.
Yes, we did lose. We did lose one. One is technically still alive, but we need to get them a new body.
Interesting. We can always acquire parts and bodies. Sorry to make that
Well, I've
sound
got
so.
the most important piece that is very difficult to even acquire on the black market as I hold up a TCOG.
Interesting. Those are very hard to get and to make. Only one
Right.
made so many of them. Hold on
While
to
this
them.
Crush one by
conversation's
accident, yeah.
happening, I did receive those coordinates from Kiara, right?
Mm-hmm.
Where to go?
Yes. She had.
I'm basically like I'm lifting off and I'm sending us in that direction while this conversation's happening.
Phoenix is multitasking with you, and he's suddenly you see on your display in front of you, it becomes holographic. So you can actually, it's like you're looking outside. You can see the terrain, the buildings. It's giving you readouts now. I have had a bit of an upgrade, Gilgamesh. I hope that's acceptable.
Very much so.
And back down to you, Overlord and Void. He's uh, just sitting there. He will respond to you both. Phoenix is kind of still trying to figure out a few things because he has been offline for a bit, but he has concentrated mainly on fixing the systems up. You all notice the ship's tone is a little different. And the triplets have even reported in to all of you that the ship is running even better than before. And everything's running nominal. It's running smooth. Phoenix asks you, Void Striker, you are a new crew member. Who do I identify you as?
Identification, Void Striker.
Void Striker it is. You are also somebody else. My database shows you are dead.
I get that.
A lot.
Yes. There
I'm
is
going
7.
to proceed to upload all the identities I've used over the times I've been alive. Technically, I'm dead 25 times over.
Correction. 72 stories run abound. The network is very interesting. You have many deaths. You're not even alive. I see
Then I
you.
suppose you can give me the classification of anomaly.
Yes, I could call you anomaly, but Void Striker is much more appropriate. As you guys fly,
By the way, the T-cogs that I got from
Oh.
down below, I'm just going to store them in the cargo area.
you can. Oh, I should actually have Steel out there. Steel is usually in the cargo bay with. He'll store them. He looks over to you. And he goes, "Oh, those are very valuable. Like, we need to put those elsewhere, not here." And he goes, "I can put them in our storage in the back where you can retrieve them at any time you need, but we'll keep those locked up separately." So he'll
I
take
will hand him all the T-cogs I got.
and he turns around, he slowly puts them down into a case and he closes it and he goes, "This is the case they'll be in the back." And he walks through past the medical bay into a room back there and he sets it in there, closes the door and locks it. He goes, "We all have access. So if you need them, they're there. Let me know if you need anything
Thank
else." And he's very back to work kind of thing.
I'm going to turn to Overlord, so what's the next step?
Well, I would say we would be going to the open void area, but by the sounds of it, we're taking on an arachnid.
Well, if that's the case, we should gather everybody in the galley, and I can give you the theories I have of what's there.
How long would it take us to get those coordinates?
Not very long. You are on Cybertron and you're in a ship that's moving a little faster now again than before.
And
So-
also, those coordinates, are they in the city or outside the city?
They are at the kind of like on the skirting edge of it's the city, but it's not the city. You're kind of in a spot where it's going into dilapidation.
Okay, but I should recognize those
Yes,
coordinates
you
then.
will know where it's
Okay.
at. You've been there before because she
Okay.
doesn't give out
Good,
those
good, good.
coordinates very often. So you're flying along, and since those guys are going to head to the galley, we're going to jump to you real quick.
Yeah,
What else? What do you need? What?
well, I was gonna have it so that Phoenix sent out a notification of we're doing I guess group a group meeting. Those that are able to attend, show. Those that are unavailable will be given a run up of it.
Oh, so
I'll put it in autopilot and I'll join the group.
as you do, Gilgamesh, your arm console starts flashing.
I pull up the console.
As you do, holographic projection of somebody familiar pops up.
Good or bad familiar.
You see and hear, "Hi, little one. I'm sorry I couldn't help you. I am so sorry for all of this. You should never have been involved in it."
Is
And
this a voice message or is this a live feed?
she's a live feed right now. She's looking at you. "I am so sorry. I should never have involved you in this." Yes,
You couldn't have helped it. At this point, her betrayal was inevitable.
she betrayed a long time ago. And you could see her clutching her side where you were told of her injury. She's the one who did this to me. She's the one who, by the way, thank you for the ship. You did well in repairing it enough to make it move. Thank you. But,
I learned from you.
and she grins, "I know I'm not as bad as I seem, or I do, but I wanted you to be better and stronger." And you can see her clutch at her side again.
Are you safe?
For now, I am. I am close by, but not real close. I watched from a distance and I was trying to take a shot, but I couldn't stabilize myself and I would have hit you.
You should know I'm reaching out to our old contacts, trying to gather forces. Right now, we need to do a tactical assessment of the situation.
Good. Be careful with some of them, though. And you see
the
her.
people I trust is few and far between.
Yes.
You know, I'd only reach out to them.
When I can, I will try to help. And you kind of see her fall in the image, and you hear her just in pain a bit, and you see her stand back up until I'm
kind of
healed.
like touching my side a little bit where I was hit earlier. I know how you feel.
Yeah, she moves her hand, and you can see how much damage there is. She's repaired, but it's still bad. So she's still taking a long time to heal. And she just looks up at you. "You were always stronger than you looked. And you're not a bad person, bad bot, bad anything. You do realize what I sent you to do most of the time, right?"
I do.
"I should have told you. But I didn't want you getting swayed."
You did the right thing.
And now
But now it's on us to finish what was started.
And my sister is going to make sure of it. I'm assuming you know she is my sister, right?
I do. And you should also know that I have she is my number one target now.
She grins at you. "I kind of figured, and I won't hold anything against you." when you do take her out.
I hope the rest of the guild sees it that way.
From what I'm getting through the information I've got, they see you very like a new kind of leader. They respect you. But I need to stay hidden, so I can't affect. And you can see her here kind of stumbling with her words again, and she's trying to struggle through some of the pain. I can't affect that right now. It gives them hope. The guilds can become one and still function. Right now, Cybertron is not in a good place. After
They may be rallying together, but they're rallying together for the wrong cause.
that's where my sister has caused this issue. You, little one. I shouldn't call you little. You're taller than me. You, Gilgamesh, have a lot more in common with all of them. I think you could command them, and they would do what you wanted. As she you see her kind of look around suddenly, like, I might need to go. I need to
Rest
stay
now.
moving. I
Do
wish
what you can and stay in contact.
I will contact you again as soon as I can. By the way, when did you turn into a big fluffy thing?
It's a long story for another time.
She's just grinning. She's grinning at you like, another time then, little Gilgamesh.
I will bow into the comms so she recognizes I'm bowing to her.
And you both bow to each other because she does the same to you. She kind of has her hand still to her side, but she stands back up and she does a sign. You've only seen it a few times, but she doesn't do it very often. And it's kind of brief, but you don't know what it means. She just keeps making it toward you with one hand, and then the image disappears.
He's just gonna kind of stand there with his thoughts gathering. And he'll just turn back to the console to see, like, just checking on our distance, how close we are.
And you're getting pretty close.
Alright, so yeah, I
you
go
got
rejoin
time.
the group.
And do you still have carbine on you? Like you carrying her still?
Yeah, I'm assuming I'd still be carrying her.
Okay. I just want to know where she was at because I couldn't remember. Like, did you put her down somewhere? So you all, the entire crew meets you. Felix is there, but you can see he's got a data pad. And he's watching Micron. And he's all there. I'm not going to move all their icons. Steel's kind of there, but he goes, kind of hard to get up here. So
All right.
the crew's all sitting around or standing. Felix kind of updates you. Micron came, he's like, just brief thing. Micron came, whoa, my tone there. Micron came to, he's doing okay. He's not happy about losing Blend, I told him. But he's doing well, and he shows the image. Micron's just kind of sitting there, and you swear he's watching something on one of the vid screens because he's just like, what is this?
Now remember, he's not dead.
Nope.
We just need to get him a new body.
Well, that's Micron. Blend is, yeah. Felix updated Micron on that part of it, so he knows what's going on. But Micron's just sitting in the med bay because he's not going anywhere very far. But Felix is with you guys. You have the entire crew. The triplets are sitting there at the table. They look like little kids. because their heads are just looking over the tabletop.
Now, because it's more or less heavily on our mind with the whole blend situation. With the memory fragment, you said that you were only able to retrieve half of it, correct?
Yeah.
So I was thinking to myself, which is dangerous, I know. But if we were, if we were to retrieve memories of his friends and have them copy or extract apart memories from them and put it into the fragment, couldn't we make him whole?
Well, it's not really been ever done, but possible. But it's not per se his memories. There's
In the
If
case of blend, it's going to be more of a factor of getting his spark to find a compatible body, and then we can see about his memory issues.
yeah, that's the
One step
big
at a
one.
time.
If you have a scan of his spark when we're out and about, I can keep an eye out for compatible spark chambers.
That would work. So
that's
we can do a
that's
scan on
one
it. We have a spark, so
and that's one problem down.
I,
Moving on to the next. With we're currently on course to where, Gilgamesh?
We're going to see an old friend of mine. We need to gather more information about the situation.
Looking at that, I'm just gonna look at Overlord. Please tell me they're not like his.
To my knowledge, no. I don't know much of his group, so I can't really say.
I assure you, Kiara is one of the most trusted people I know. I've worked with her for a very long time, to say the least, and there is very few people I trust more than her.
Good to know.
Alright, to the next thing. With the group that you're a part of, Gilgamesh, we need to deal with a certain arachnid. So, would there be any information on where the station of this place is to give an idea of where they will be staying?
Well, I'm one step ahead of you on that. That's exactly what we're going to find out. Kiara is going to be the best person to know this information, find this information. She can point us in the right direction.
Alright. Then the only thing left we will have to do for that situation is just build up whatever strength we can.
We may have a inner working in on that as well. Considering I'm becoming a prime target for these guilds that are attempting to take over, we may be able to garner some support.
If Sam Loss can find access to my original lab, there will be some powerful equipment you can distribute among your friends.
Alright. So then that's problem 2 underway. And problem 3, that's more of a we have to wait. As we're gonna need the guild's help whenever we can with the third problem.
Which is
So-
why we're not going after Shockwave.
Not yet, at least.
If my theory on what that compass leads to correct, we're going to need a lot more firepower.
Concerned they have combiners on their side, yeah, we're gonna need a lot more firepower.
The combiners aren't the threat I'm talking about. Combiners would be effectively a pebble on the road compared to the threat that I believe we might be facing.
We could be facing some ancient stuff that you and I wouldn't know.
We might be facing something that during the war was a big enough threat to almost unite both sides.
Do
get
we
the
have any
zero.
inputs?
So it seems we're gonna have to tackle that one at the end.
Yeah. Do we have any input from anyone else? Any problems that probably arise while we were gone?
Nobody responds. Everything seems normal, Captain. One of the little ones. They're just like, nothing seems out of place. The rest are all like, we're ready to go when you are. Phoenix comes across the comms. We are approaching destination. Do you want me to land?
Affirmative.
Looking for a suitable landing location. And you feel the ship maneuver around, and he brings it down into a spot that you Gilgamesh would have gone, yeah, that's a good spot to kind of be concealed between the buildings and everything, and it's a perfect spot. He lands it in between, and you guys are sitting in a darker part of you're kind of half in, half out of the derelict section of Cybertron's city limits, and then you can see these semi nicer buildings.
So on these nicer buildings, I'm first going to look for a bar or some kind of off sale.
All right. Phoenix kind of chimes over, locating not far from here. East location. There is a bar or establishment. Not sure.
I need to make a quick stop before we do go over there. Need to bring a gift.
Well, everybody's still here. Voitreki is going to ask both of them. Is it alright with you guys if I set up a subspace data link with Phoenix?
Well, not really our choice. That would be Phoenix. You're
Is
hooking
that
up
alright
with
with you,
them.
Phoenix?
As long as the captain is authorizing it, I am fine.
You kind of grown your own sentience. I would think you could think for yourself, but
But a ship needs its captain. Captain.
I
Yeah.
just shrug. I see no harm in it.
yeah, go for it.
Well then, triplets, I would require your aid in setting this up.
Aye, funny looking bot. They just see you as this huge bot that's funny looking to them, so they're just like,
I mean, so I don't know if you want to play this out, but I was just gonna go out to the store, and I'm buying the most expensive bottle of liquor that they're gonna have.
all right, you go out the hatch and you whip into your little transform form and down the street, which is not pretty looking, but you come to what looks like literally what Phoenix, it looks like a bar, but it looks like some kind of establishment. It's not very big. It's okay, but it's
And again,
there.
I'm wearing my poncho outside, so I'm concealing the furry parts of myself.
Yeah. So you walk in and you see this kind of vendor bot looking bot. It's kind of hard to tell what he is sometimes. But oh, a customer. Oh, oh. What would you like? I have plenty of supplies and other things. What would you like?
Need a bottle of your finest liquor.
Oh, the finest liquor. Oh, are we meeting with somebody special tonight? And you hear him kind of rummaging. Where did that bottle go? He's just sitting down there. Oh, no. And you see him flicking stuff. And he kind of turns around and he's like, oh, I think it's over here. And he's flicking stuff past you. And you're ducking and dodging out of the way. And where is that bottle at? I know I had it here. I have one bottle that I know it's good stuff. It hasn't been opened. I think it's at least a couple centuries old. And oh, here it is. And dust comes off and debris. Sets it down. That'll be 150 Shanix.
I give him 200 and give him 50 as a tip.
Oh, sir, you gave me too much.
Keep the rest for yourself.
Are you sure? Well, here.
I did give it to you, did I not?
Here, take a Cybertronian candy bar. It's literally just Energon. Just looks like a candy bar.
He just shrugs and takes a whiff.
Have a good evening. You just hear him all excited.
Yep, and he just waves as he walks out the door with his purchase.
I can leave this dump finally.
I feel him.
Yeah, bro.
So
Remember, kids, always tip.
Just the tip.
When certain situations arise.
All right, so Gilgamesh, are you making your way to Kiara?
Yep. Now we got that situation settled. I'm gonna call over the rest of the group so they can join me.
So as you get the rest of them, you guys join him. Are you all going, or is Void Striker sticking around the ship to play with it?
Well, I've got to test if the link works, so I've got to leave the ship anyway.
Okay. So you all go.
I was gonna say
Oh,
before I leave, I was gonna ask Steel if he could do a search for me on any powerful power supplies.
okay. He will start looking up on the Cybertronian network and start
'Cause-
acquiring and see what he can find for power supplies.
Yeah,
But
'cause-
instead of going with them, I'm going to go look for a black market because I've got the scan of the spark.
Okay. If
Okay.
you would like to. Okay, so Overload and Gilgamesh, you're going to see Kiara. Void Striker is going to play around in the black market. With that, you
I'll
two.
take one of the T-cogs with me too, because that way I can get some money.
Oh, you can do that.
Oh, I've
yeah.
got 3 T-cogs.
Yeah.
So.
Okay, so with that, Gilgamesh, Overload, you make your way to the location. Can you both make a perception check?
Okie doke. 13.
Yeah.
Okay. Gilgamesh, you recognize the symbols that are around the area. You know these are guild symbols that indicate certain doorways or certain things that you would like to go do or look for, in a sense, person-wise. Overload, you just see walls and doorways and passages and stuff.
Oh, by the way, this person isn't gonna try to like kill me since they don't know me, yeah? Are they that
I mean,
type?
unless you do something to provoke her.
I mean, I'm really big. Is that provoking?
As you
No.
big. As you approach one area, Gilgamesh, you see the one symbol, which also is about right where the coordinates are. But you don't see a doorway, but you know how to open it. But you
Yep,
don't.
so I'm going to basically input the commands to allow me to open the door.
It seems almost seamless. You can't even see it. This panel splits apart. You couldn't even see a seam before, and separates out and slides back. So you hear the and lights
Ooh,
2
nice.
steps light up. They look clean, very presentable. The walls are nice and shiny. You both enter. The doors close behind you and seal back up. You come up the steps and you have to make a right angle turn. You come up, there's another set of doors. They automatically open up. And there in the middle of the room, you see this beautiful architectural piece of something. You guys don't know what it is, but you know it's some kind of art piece probably because of the way it's sitting. You see this place looks pristine and clean. Across the way at a huge picture window, you guys didn't remember seeing a window outside of this building. But it's this huge, it wraps around into a big U. In the middle, you see multiple screens, a whole console set up, everything. off to one side, you see what looks like some kind of workbench or something. The other side, it looks like almost like someplace where you would rest or relax. And it has a vid screen playing something from the cyber network. It looks like the news almost. But she's not even paying attention. You see this beautifully striking bot from the side because she's turned and she's looking at one of the screens, and then she stands up, very sleek looking, wheels kind of on the back and on the legs, and she walks up. Gilgamesh. And she leans over and does the kissy cheek thing to you and everything. It's wonderful to see you. And who's your big friend?
I'll lean in and I'll give her a hug.
She just hugs you back. It is good to see you, Gilgamesh, with all the stuff that is going on here. But
I'm very glad you're safe, Kiara.
I might not stay here long. I'm looking to move off planet. You've probably heard the news about Cybertron.
A little bit more, but that's partly the reason I came to you. I need to know more about what's happening on the inside, the inner workings. I know who's in charge, but I need to know who's betrayed the Koga clan. I need to know who's on our side.
Well, information that you need.
I wish I was coming to you under better circumstances, and I just kind of show the bottle. But we can discuss it over a drink.
Very nice. And she blows off the rest of the dust. I see this one's vintage. We can enjoy ourselves over a drink. Would you care to sit down for a moment? And she kind of leans her head and she sees Overload. Who's your big friend? I thought it would just be us two. And she winks at you.
This is my associate, Overload. We've been working together on a mission that, well, I'm going to bring up to speed on here in a moment.
Interesting.
Overload, this is Kiara. He gestures to her.
And
we've worked together for a long time, and as I told you before, she's one of the few people I trust here.
She walks up to you, Overload. She looks at you. A rough bot. And she runs her fingers across. Very rough. Battle damage. Must be somebody who's seen a lot of battle. She walks around you. She slaps you on the back. Mostly the ass. Because you're taller than her.
I'm behind the bar pouring 3 glasses of this liquor while this is happening.
And she's running her hand around you. You must be... And she stops. You brought a Decepticon here?
Ex-Decepticon, actually. I don't exactly work with them anymore.
She whips around and the blade comes out next to your head. You better be. Because this isn't going to end well.
Kiara, do you really believe I would bring someone here who is untrustworthy?
Oh, I trust you. Him. And she taps you on the head with the blade. You are another story. But
I mean,
she flips the blade out of sight and she walks over to the bar, flicking. Come on.
I mean, same offer as I give to anyone that doesn't trust me. If you don't trust me, you can cut off my hand, arm. I don't really care for that trust.
And she leans over to you, Gilgamesh. Would he let me actually cut his hand off?
To him, it's showing a sign of trust. But frankly, I'd rather have him keep his limbs intact.
Yes. A warrior that has survived this much damage, I think, yes. And she picks up the glass and she swirls it and sniffs.
I slide a glass down to Overload.
Thanks.
So she walks around to the bar and she bumps up against you. So, all this information, I bet you I don't even need to look up some of it. And she takes another sip and sets the cup down and she has both her hands around it, leaned over.
Well, I think it's a safe bet you and I both know who's leading the charge. And I take a drink.
This Ava bot, who I'm assuming maybe you know of.
I do. You might also know her as the Spider,
She
his
dips her.
widow's twin.
She dips her head. Yes, I know of them. And she picks up the glass and walks over to her console, which isn't that far away, but she walks over and she taps a few keys and the screens all change. Yeah, and you see all kinds of information. I've been keeping tabs. Not because somebody asked me to, but information makes some money around here. The Shanix doesn't roll very easily. And right now, this
Not-
information is
Especially not
dangerous.
these days.
No. And a couple of the screens come up. You see location possibilities. And it cycles around.
So they're running multiple bases of operation.
Oh, and she taps the keys. Oh, that, and she cycles it back. That is possible locations where she is at. She has caused such chaos that she flicks the other screen and you see what were the previous guilds. She's kept tabs on who's been running them and everything. And you see X's through all these characters that come across. And literally it's been cycled through, and she goes, these were all in order of how they were taken out. It's no coincidence. If you start with the smaller one like this, she built up. But all she had to do was do some deception. She made it look like one of the other guild did it. So then they start fighting. Then she comes in and settles everything, and now she's taking over. But
She had to strike the Koga Guild first, because she knew that we'd, as soon as we caught word of what was happening, we would have immediately moved to stop her.
and she puts up her finger. Ah, the Koga Guild, and she pulls up. They're not down. They only look like they're down. They look like they've been taken over, but they haven't. They've stayed hidden. They are
Do we know
trying.
who's left?
A few of the leaders, not many, but they are holding on. They are the more respected one. That's the reason why she was taken out. Or they were taken out and tried to be taken out. There was and is word of the possibility of somebody else taking up the reins of leadership, but they're not sure. At this point, you know it's you, don't you? And she hits this,
He
Which-
takes a long drink.
and she hits the button, and the screens all change. There's your face, and the popularity and a sense of vote that goes around is highly favoring you as the new leader. Gilgamesh, I know we've always been close, but you would be a good leader for this. If Widow was still around, she'd probably be the top one. But nobody's heard or seen from her, and I can't pull any info on her. And if Ava, her sister, really is doing all this, in which she is, and she types up another command and everything changes again, it's all pictures and video of chaos happening all around. It's not going to be pretty.
Well, as it stands in one-on-one combat, I don't know if I can beat the Spider just yet. I need a few things. the quarters that I established here in the building. They're still there.
Are they still there?
I mean, I
She
haven't
just
been here in a while. I don't know what you've done with the room.
she grins at you, and she goes, "Look it," and she takes, because you have the covering still on your hood. She pulls it back.
Mhm.
I'll be back.
No
Yep.
problem. She runs her finger down the side of your face. We all have little secrets, and this is suiting you very nicely. And she's patting the fur on your face lightly. It's like, this suits you, makes you look a little more distinguished. And she reaches out and points, and a door, another similar wall opens up. And I made a few modifications though. Your room's kind of my backup room if I ever needed it, but I just
I
kept it.
just left something behind that I need to get.
Everything's still there. And she puts her hand on your face. Anytime you need anything, you let me know.
Well, if things are going south, I am going to need your help. And if you think leaving here might be best for you, you can always tag along.
I've
Yeah,
got.
we can always use more crew on the ship.
I'll think about it. I have my own ride though, so I might follow you guys. You bots are strange, but this one, and she pats your face again, and she runs her fingers through the fur, is stranger sometimes, and she just kind of pats your head. Go to your room. Just grins as she says it.
He just kind of just scoffs a little bit and just gonna walk off.
As you turn away, she slaps you on the ass. Get out of here. It's like, go on.
Mm,
You hear her giggling.
yeah, just a little,
Yeah.
and just walk off.
So as you walk through this doorway, the hallway there is pretty pristine and clean, like the rest of her apartment. You come around and you start to recognize a familiar scene. It's a doorway, but it's your door. She remodeled to redirect the room to her space. You open the door, and it's like nothing has changed. She didn't touch one thing in your room.
He just has that feeling of it's been a long time since I felt like I've been home. He's gonna walk into his room and he's going to go to the footlocker at the foot of the bed, the recharge bed.
Mhm.
And he's gonna open up the locker, and there are several different items and stuff sorted out through here, but in there is a small black box. And he pulls out the black box and he's gonna pop the top open, and inside is a small black cylinder. It's maybe, for just normal scaling, it's maybe like a couple inches, but I'm not sure how you would scale that up for transformer size, but it's a small cylindrical piece. And he's going to pull it out, and he's pulling out his short sword. And you're going to see him attach the cylinder to the bottom of the short sword, and you see the sword begin to transform.
Mm-hmm.
The hilt of the short sword begins to weave into a black and silver kind of a woven handle, and you're seeing the sword extend outwards into a long black obsidian katana that's similar to the one that was talked about in the meditation earlier. Into a long steel black katana that has a red energon color to the blade tip. And he just, once it fully transforms, he kind of holds it out, just examining it. kind of running his hand across the back of the blade. And he's remembering when he got this. This was something that was given to him during the first Guild War encounters. This was given to him by an artificer, and this is considered a war weapon.
As you're in your room handling the sword and moving it around, you can kind of hear Kiara start talking to Overload. And she's on the other side of you, the bar from you, Overload, and she kind of plops down on her elbows, looks at you. So, you're not a Decepticon anymore, huh?
Not really after a bit of a mishap, you could say, putting it lightly.
Mishap, Like what?
Oh, everyone close to me dying, more or less.
And she flips up a screen and she goes, "Yeah, I can tell." And she scrolls through and there's just a list of names that seems like a lot of people died around you. And then she stops the screen in a particular spot. Specifically, this group here. What happened to him?
He is not dead. I know that.
I heard that Autobots took Rex.
Yes, and I know for a fact he is alive. And I will continue to look for him, even if I have no leads.
Just tell you this. Not that you're a Decepticon anymore, but don't even trust the Autobots. And if you do, make sure they are somebody you really can trust.
Believe me, trust is not easy to earn for a soldier.
Yes, I can see that.
So you're gonna see Gilgamesh kind of turn the corner, and you're gonna immediately notice the obsidian black katana that is sheathed and hanging off of his side.
Oh, glad to see you're back around. I gotta say, I do really like this apartment.
She just raises an
Yeah,
eyebrow.
several
like,
years of working with the guilds and all kinds of interesting contracts tends to get you a very lavish lifestyle. And he's looking at Kiara as he says this.
Kiara comes around the bar. Yes, it does sometimes afford us a little living space. Gil here and I used to live together a lot. And she winks at you again, egging you on. Like, nee, 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 nee.
He's just rolling his eyes, just.
Come on, it was always fun.
One thing I appreciate the most is the one-way glass. Can't get enough of that.
Yes, it affords privacy and lets the light in. She walks back over to the glass and she goes, "Just wish it was a better view." Because she looks over and you can see the part of Cybertron that's just dilapidated, falling apart. It's not getting any better here. But elsewhere, I've heard other places. It'd be nice to start on a new planet. Maybe something fresh where maybe I'm not having to hide.
Well, I'd tell you the safest place you can probably find out there is going to be Velocitron.
Oh,
I
no,
can think
no.
of no.
She turns her head. Oh, no, I've been there. That's chaos in its own form.
Well, if you're looking to hide, I can think of no better place to hide than in plain sight.
Mm, unfortunately, Velocitron has many eyes. And I kind of just want to start over in a new place. If you know what I mean, just be somewhere else. Be able to actually open a window and be able to look out without having to hide behind it. But you see her, she has the glass in her hand, she's swirling around. She goes, but things are the way they are right now. We'll see. And she slugs back the drink like it's nothing. She walks over, slides the glass on the counter. So, do you boys need any other information or anything else? Maybe a sleepover as she leans on you, Gilgamesh, and runs her finger across your chest. Seeing you?
I am going to require your skills as a hacker once we do know exactly where the spider is.
Oh, you know how to pull up my strings. But yes, I will help you with that. And her tone changes just like serious. Anything you need for that thing. Widow was always good to me too.
Do you remember the first time we went to war together?
I prefer not to. You can see her kind of holding her arm in one spot. You don't see any damage there, but you know that she was hurt at one time.
As much as you may not want to discuss it, it's coming again.
I know. I just don't want to. And she grabs her arm again.
I know.
Lose things. And
Unfortunately, I think the best place for you to be safe, for any of us really to be safe, is if we stick together.
when you need me, call me. I'm just more worried about losing important things. And she puts her hand on your chest, especially when it's more like family. And she just hugs you. Now get out of here. Call me when you need me. And if you got a safe place I can go, it would be even better. And she gives you a light kiss on the face. And just, by the way, she kind of rubs up against you lightly on cheek to cheek. This is soft.
He pulls back and just.
She walks over to you, Overload. Are you still sitting down?
I've been standing this entire time because I don't
Okay.
feel safe sitting.
She looks up at you. Big bot. Sounds like big fun. And she just kind of taps her hand on your chest and runs it down. Ping, ping, ping.
Just pinching eyebrows. Oh, God. Why do you gotta be so horny?
Hey,
I'm just gonna step back a bit. So is our business more or less done here?
hey, I have to have my fun teasing you all. And she walks away strutting and going, you know the way out.
Thank you. And I will be in touch. He finishes his drink and gets up from the bars. All right, let's go.
Just gonna you fucking down mine, just place it.
As you both exit, we're going to switch over to Void Striker real quick, who's wandering around Cybertron having no idea where he's going or anything. And he's
wrong with that?
no,
Wrong? That's not the word.
he's a big bot walking down these streets. Do you want to mess with him? So, as Void Striker, as you're walking down, Phoenix kind of gives you coordinates to what looks like some kind of marketplace thing.
Gonna head in that direction.
It's not too far either. It's more in the opposite direction to where Gilgamesh and Overlord or went to. You walk down, you're seeing Cybertron not in its glory days, not even in any good day, I guess I could say. You just see
I must look ancient to some of these people.
there are a couple bots. They kind of look like they're homeless or whatever. They're just kind of wandering about, but they kind of look at you stumbling a little bit like, who is this? Because they've never seen somebody like you. And they're like, there's a couple older bots that are there that are like, wait, is that? And they're just kind of like, they kind of know who you are, but they don't. You come up to an area where you see it's a market of some sort. It looks like a black market. It's you see vendors under scrap metal roofing. There's all kinds of stuff being sold here and there. A lot of it looks like junk to you. You come across, you see even body parts here and there, which is nothing uncommon because a lot of bots did die and their body parts are reused. You do see a couple of bots that some of their appendages don't look like they belong on them.
I'm gonna start scanning for a compatible swap chamber.
All right. As you do you have a device out scanning? Or
Yes.
all right, you got
Well, to be more precise, more of a like a hollow display on my arm.
oh, okay, that will work. You got a couple bots looking at you funny, like, huh? You see through your holographic display, kind of a shorter bot coming out. Oi, you want to buy some? I got some good parts over here. You look like a fine bot who could use some.
Depends on what you're selling.
Well, I've got some fine servos, maybe a few motors. I got some armor plating. Look, it's pure Cybertronian metals, and it's not. It's just kind of sort of coated in Cybertronian metal. You can see this. It's like, look, I'll sell it to you real cheap, 50 Shaniks. Not even worth 50 Shaniks. I don't know why I said that number.
I wouldn't even give you an energon shard for that, and I'll continue walking.
But okay. How about a Shaniks for it then? Yeah, whatever.
It's not even worth the scrap it's made out of.
Oh, this is fine. Yeah. You get a couple other bots who approach you trying to get you to buy their wares. Some of it's like looks like some kind of bags or baskets or something. Some it's you're not sure if it's food or not. It's questionable. One is oils and lubricants sales. You know, if you can get some hydraulic fluid if you'd like. But as you walk along, you're noticing more and more that there are parts, not just of Cybertron, but you're seeing more and more bot parts. You come across a few vendors who have some smaller bodies, but they're not all there. They're missing parts. How about you roll me a perception check now?
I can do.
Oh shit! Okay, you guys are rolling really good rolls. All right.
I mean, I can make them higher if you like.
Nah, shut up. Find where it's at. Leave it. As you do, you pick up something. It's in a bin deep down. The vendor is kind of just sitting there. He's got his feet up. Like he looks like he's asleep, but he's got his feet up and he's sitting back. But you're picking up something that might be the same. You're picking it up.
I
It's
would like to get his attention. Excuse me, vendor.
yeah, what? Oh, wait,
like
whoa,
to
whoa, sorry.
inquire-
cleans himself off when he sees you, how pristine you look. Oh, excuse me, sorry. What can I do for you, fine
I
bot?
would like to inquire what is contained within this container.
Most Cybertronians frown upon this, but bodies. And he kind of gestures, kind of dorkily, like bodies.
Would
No,
it be alright if I perused the container?
sure. Don't break the product though.
I will carefully and slowly empty the container to have a look at what's in it.
Your size, you're literally look like a crane picking up one body and just moving it out of the way. They're not big bodies. They're kind of fairly mid-size-ish. They're smaller than Gilgamesh. They'd probably be about Felix's height. He's not very tall. But you keep finishing through and your console starts beeping and you're on top of this body. But it's not the size you think it is.
I'd like to do a complete medical scan of it.
All right. Let me see. What medical?
Do you want me to
Medicine?
roll medicine?
Yeah, let's do medicine. Acceptable. You run a scan on it. It seems to be mostly intact. It is missing a few components, but from what you can read, you know that some of those components are on the ship. But there is no memory modules, and obviously there's no spark. And it is missing a transformation cog.
That's why I scavenge, because it's one of the most scavenged parts of a Cybertronian, considering the only way to get one is to get it from a dead body or a protoform.
Yep.
I'm going to look at the vendor. I would like to acquire this inactive.
He looks at you. Seem like you're a bit out of place. How about 1,500 Shanix for it?
I can do you one better. I will pull out a TCOG.
You see his optics go wide for a second. He's like, that might do. Do you have any more Shanix or anything else?
Unfortunately, I did not bring any with me.
He grabs it out of your fine. That will do. This thing is fairly new. Where did you get it?
I'm gonna look at him and open the energon vents, the glowing bits on my arms.
Oh,
And go, you do not want to know.
never mind, never mind. Thank you for your purchase. And he's like shooing you away, like, go.
I'm gonna pick up the body and just stare at him going, I know I'm being completely ripped off here, but this is too important to pass up.
You walk away with the body. Do you sling it over your shoulder or something? I'm just curious how you're carrying it.
I'll cradle it in one arm. It's small enough for me to cradle.
Oh my God. So it looks like you're carrying a little baby bot or something because it's so
Yeah.
small to you. So you're walking away and you can hear the vendor bot. Man, this thing is very nice, sucker.
Sucks to be him. I gave him the worst one.
Oh,
Jokes on him. I crushed that one.
oh, see, they're not that smart. They just have bodies in there. They don't really care. So he's thinking he's got this nice shiny one. I'll let that one slide. Ding. That's cold.
I was gonna ask that on the ship. Like, I hope that's not the one I crushed, but I refrained from saying it.
Look, even if a TCOG's damaged, it's still highly valuable.
Yeah, and then most of the parts on it are still usable to a point, but it's still hilarious. So, are you making your way back to the ship now with your baby bot?
I'm gonna send Phoenix a hyperstream that I've got a potential body for our damaged friend.
And you get a signal back. Do you wish Felix to prepare the med bay?
Affirmative.
Aye. We will have it ready. Sending Felix message
And to
now.
retrieve one of the good T-Cog from storage.
And Felix is Phoenix is, man, I got a lot of no. He's relaying it to Felix to do all this stuff and have it ready. And they're going to start preparing. So you make your way back. You both, here comes Gilgamesh and Overload out from one section. You're coming out with this little baby bot in your hand. You guys kind of meet back up at about the same time.
Give me a sec.
Hello, it's for me. Oh, sorry.
Mush mushy.
I was gonna say,
Ogana Kiara, she followed us.
Never mind. This is just a fucking scam caller.
oh, put him on the phone. We'll all talk to him. Put him
Nah.
on. Put him on. Let's have this conversation. Forget the stream
Nah.
for the moment. no, but no, you two walk up and you see Void holding this bot in his arms like a baby. I gotta ask, what do you think?
Well, that's one palm down.
I'm looking at this. I'm assuming that's the body for Blend.
Indeed.
That's one palm down. Let's go.
So you guys make your way back to the ship. As you get on board, you see one of the little bots is by the door, ready to open it. He goes, or what is it? I can talk. He goes, medic is ready for you.
Alright, I'm going to take the body and proceed to the medbay.
As you get into the med bay, Felix is standing there, and he looks over, and he's got everything ready. You see one of the better T-Cogs out of the bunch that's left.
The one with T-Cog I'm using is the one which I got Scrapper to remove the head of, because the T-Cog would be undamaged from that one.
Yeah, so that's the best one. I was wondering if that's the same one. Wasn't sure. But he looks over at the body. He goes, is he going to be one of the small bots now? He's just kind of stunned. Like,
This is the only body I could find within the entire black market that has a compatible spark chamber. And is in relatively functional condition when up and running.
well, let's lay it down on the bed and examine this thing fully out then.
It is missing the T-Cog, hence why I asked you to get it out of storage.
I kind of figured. And he looks up at you and he stops from it. Void Striker, we really appreciate what you're doing. I know we don't know each other, but thank you. And he starts examining the body and looking it over. This body is in fairly good shape. Yeah, it is missing some stuff because he's running a scan to it before you guys start.
As he's scanning, I'm going to use right tool for the job to start creating the right tools we require for this.
All right, as you do, the tools start to come out, and that you need. You guys start to get to work on it because it's not blend yet. And you guys install you do have some new memory modules. You see Felix has inputted over. Micron is up and about, but he's not kind of fully there. And he's looking at you. It's like, nice to meet you, Void Striker. Ow. He's kind of still feeling pain, but he's there. And
I'm also going to deploy Scamper to help us in the areas that require incredibly tiny hands.
yeah, because Micron's not going to be able to help too much. He's kind of out of shape. He's doing the memory transfer, and I got the memories from the others transferring now, and he's updating. You can see the body kind of lighting up, like it's activating, but it's not colored yet.
I'm
So-
going to take a cord from my arm and attach it to the body so I can keep an eye on the systems as it's starting up.
Yep, and Felix has the stats also running on a screen. Yours would be more accurate and much more detailed at this point. And Felix is standing there and he goes, do you think we're ready to put the spark in?
Not yet. I want to wait a couple minutes to do a complete system scan before we attempt. Because if this goes wrong, it could cause irreversible damage to the spark.
Micron comes up.
I'm standing outside the room with Carbine, just observing as this is all happening.
Micron responds, memories
So I have
copied.
a question.
Yeah.
This isn't classed as a life form at the moment, correct?
Nope.
Cool. I'm going to be using mending to fix some areas that can be fixed with mending.
So any little blemishes, any damage suddenly start to repair. It's like you kick the nanite system into high gear and everything starts to repair. There was some damage on the head a little bit, but not severe enough to cause any problems. But you suddenly see it repair. It all looks nice and clean, nice and shiny now.
With the connection I currently have, I want to quickly take a look through the optics to make sure they're working.
You fire them up. You're testing each one. You can hear the servos and the mechanisms just, and you see them focus, and you can see them tracking on different spots where you're looking.
It's currently in the best condition we can possibly have it. Begin implanting the spark.
He pulls the spark out carefully and he sets it on the table right next to where the body is. And you take out your special tools that you have now and you carefully reach over and it wraps around the sparks just right. It's like hugging it. He's watching with his eyes. His optics are just gleaming watching this. Felix and Micron is just watching too, and you set that spark inside and you have to do a few adjustments, but it's not bad.
With
And
the cable that I've got linked to the body, I'm going to start feeding it my own energon.
as you do, you see the body start to pulse a bit, like where you see parts of it light up. His optics even start pulsing and going more and more. And it's like it's a heartbeat almost, but it's boom, 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 and it's picking up speed. And the chest cavity automatically closes on its own. And you can sense through those cables something's happening and it's good, but you don't know what's happening yet now because you just see his optics start to flicker like they're.
Felix, this is the crucial moment. Keep an eye on your systems.
And your cables pop out, not by you. And the bot sits up. And it's small. It's probably actually a little bigger than Micron. And he's looking around. And he looks at you, Void Striker, and he's like, I know you. And he kind of looks down at his hands. And you see him flexing them. You hear the servos. Like they haven't been used in a while, but you hear that. And he's just looking down, and he looks down at his legs because he's sitting up. And he sees you, Gilgamesh. And hi, Gilgamesh. Is Carbine okay?
He just smiles at that and he just kind of puts a hand on Blend's shoulder and we're fine.
What happened? And he sees Felix. I'm sorry, do I know you? And Felix just, we know each other, but you had a bit of an accident. It's okay. It'll take some time. You're in med bay right now, recovering. And he sees Micron. Hello, little bot. I don't remember them. Who are you? And Micron's, it's okay. Again, you had an accident.
Just take your time. Your
There
memories
may
will
be
come
a
back to you
chance
in
that his
time.
memory could repair itself over time.
He looks at you, Void Striker. Are you my doctor?
I suppose in a way you could say that, but the primary medical physician on board this vessel is Felix over there.
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't really remember. But
It's primarily thanks to him that we were able to resuscitate you, I suppose you could say.
thank you. And he sounds a little more childlike. His voice box is going to be a little different to the rest of them now, but he sounds more childlike in some ways because he's not remembering. He remembers
I kind of
specific
kneel
things.
down so I get about eye level with him, and I'll just lean into him and just say, I promised you I would fix this. I'm glad I was able to keep that promise. And I just lightly tap him on the back of the head.
Okay, I think so, Gilgamesh. And he kind of reaches out and touches Carbine because you're still holding her. And he kind of pets her lightly. Is she okay?
She's a little tired. We've had an exhausting day.
I'm going to grab a remote medical scanner from one of the cabinets and attach it to him so we can keep an eye on his signal no matter where he is on the ship.
He's just looking at you like, okay,
Just a precaution for now.
okay.
It may take you some time to get used to your new body.
New body? I feel different. What happened to me?
We'll tell you when the time is right, but for now, take your time to rest, get acclimated to your surroundings, try to regain your memory.
If you feel any discomfort with the body or anything not functioning properly, please let us know immediately.
Okay, I feel pretty good. Everything's operational. I can do work if you want. Excuse me.
Probably
Just
not
take your time now.
recommended for the first 3 cycles.
Okay. What do I do then?
Prioritize
Well-
focusing on moving around the ship.
He's.
Rest, move around, grab a bite to eat,
I am
maybe do some reading.
kind of hungry. And you see him slide down, and he kind of, since the table's up in the air, he's kind of slides off and lands, and he kind of almost falls to his knees and hands, but he's got his hands out, and a little unstable. And it's like you're watching a baby learn to walk. And he's kind of, okay, I think I can do this. And he turns around, he goes, he waves, is this okay?
Everything seems to be working fine for the time being.
Where do I get food? And he's kind of looking around. You see this
I'm
sudden
going to
little
deploy
insecurity,
a scamper.
and
Follow the little friend here.
he kind of steps back, and it's like watching a little kid with their hands tucked to their chest, like they're nervous. Okay, and he waves at.
This is Scamper.
Scamper.
He will help you get around.
Okay, waves at him. Scamper kind of like motioning, follow me, and he goes up the steps, and you can hear Glenn kind of, steps. Okay, I can do this. And you can see through one of the windows, and it's adorable to watch. He's kind of climbing up them like a little kid would on all fours. And he gets up. You can hear him. It's like, I made it! All the way from the top, you hear this little yell. And then he's off
While
eating.
that's going on, I'm taking Carbine to her charge bed, and I'm gonna go lay her down.
All right. As you do that, Overload, where are you at in the ship? You hanging out in the galley again, playing that Cybertronian mahjong? Yeah. Yeah, he is. Saw that movement. Don't break the table. But as you're putting Carbine to bed, Overload's playing Cybertronium Mahjong and trying to confuse himself more. Void Striker, are you doing anything else down there?
I'm going to have a look at Micron, considering he seems damaged to me.
Yeah, he's kind of still hurt. So he is sitting there and he goes, I just still feel a bit of pain. And really, you don't see anything physically wrong with him. Like, everything seems operational. And Felix kind of taps on you and leans over to you. More emotional than physical.
I see.
And Micron's just kind of he's in kind of an emotional distress. He just doesn't know how to express it because he's always analytical, he's always data. He's just never
Well, then
been a
that
killer.
I'm going to ask Micron if it's all right to attach a cable for direct communication.
I don't know. I guess so. Sure. Okay. Go ahead.
Basically, it's time for Micron therapy. I'm gonna make a digital space ways more comfortable, and we can just talk, nice and analog.
So during this moment, you connect up. He kind of goes into his body goes into a standby state, but he's still operational. He's just you both are sharing this space at this moment. As you do, it's very quiet. It's going to sound very similar to a tranquil moment. I'm going to turn it down.
It's therapy time.
There we go.
It's
That
therapy time with Dr. Void Striker.
Yeah. You
And here it just turns into an episode of Dr. Katz.
Void Striker, you pop into this mind. You don't see normal thought process from somebody who is very analytical, data driven. You'd almost see what looked like a library of just data everywhere, but it's organized, it's cataloged. He knows where to find it. This looks like the library exploded. Everything's everywhere.
I'm going to look for his mental avatar.
You see what looks like one nearby. As you approach, it wisps away. You can hear weird, like, it's almost like a crying sound, but it's a moaning, and it's really weird sounding.
No other leads, so I head towards it.
You get to a point and you see another, like, it's almost like ghost form of Micron, and you keep seeing these. Every time you try to approach, it wisps away. You follow that wisp through the memory. All you keep seeing, though, is this bleakness, the darkness, this what looks like some kind of data library is all scattered. You hear this cackling, crying sound, and it's closer.
Proceed onwards.
You see another wisp of him and another. You're starting to see a progression more of them. You see multiple of them at times, and they all join together and wisp off in a direction. You follow that direction. You get to what looks like not the normal door. It's an opening, but it has a handle on it. It's lit from the other side, though.
I'm going to attempt to open the door.
You try to open the door, and you hear this scream as you try to. You turn around and you see Micron curled up in a ball on the floor in the middle of this data library.
Going to proceed over.
His coloring is not, it's complete opposite of what he looks like. But it's him. But he's just sitting there. I didn't mean to. 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 It's like he's in a constant cycle. And then he lets
I'm
out a
going
shrill,
to-
splitting scream again.
I'm going to touch this avatar of Micron.
He stops rocking and he slowly turns his head to you. Who are you? What are you doing here?
I'm Void Striker. I'm here to help.
Help, help. All I wanted to do was help. And I ended up hurting. And suddenly images start shooting around you. Micron was and remembers some of this stuff stuck in his memory. Him sabotaging things, causing small issues through the ship.
Alright, since I'm in his mind library, I'm going to create a data book of everything we know of the chip and the fact that, you know, you don't have control when it's in charge.
As you start to do this, Micron stands up. I did this. I hurt them. I almost killed them all. I almost destroyed. And he starts pacing around in a circle. And you see the library start to shift around like chaos, just ensuing. Stuff's flying everywhere. Things are flipping around. Chairs, tables, anything that looked like someplace you could be at it just looks like a destroyed library. Some sparks fly. You hear all this and you just hear him scream again. And then he vanishes. You hear a voice. It's Micron. But he's in a different place.
Gonna
Doesn't
head
sound
towards
like
him.
you come around the corner from the chaos after climbing over a bookshelf, and you walk into a small area. You see Micron standing in a small lab, and it looks like a very well organized library.
I'm going to approach.
As you do, the lighting changes. He's bright, colorful. It looks just like Micron standing there. Ah, finally, my assistant. Are you here to help me clean this up? And he looks
Yes.
down, and he doesn't move, though. He just stays there and looks back down. And there's really nothing in front of him. But then
I suppose you can say I'm here to help.
Good. Organize this. And he hands you nothing. He's just holding out.
How would you like it organized?
Alphabetical, numerical. And he tips back down after handing it to you. You got handed nothing, though. You don't feel anything.
Alright, I'm going to now attempt to stabilize his, basically mind palace. And I'm going to start organizing the library.
As you start to pick up the areas where it's a little darker, it's grayer feeling, you hear him move every once in a while. You hear him shuffle. In here, time is traveling at such a different rate. Outside, Felix is seeing Micron twitch every once in a while. Like, it's almost not noticeable if you didn't hear it. You guys are both in like a standby state doing this. In there, you start to see Felix move. but he isn't moved from his spot. He's still staying there. You hear that loud, shrill scream. You see Micron there, but now over in that open spot where you saw Micron before, where he was pacing, you see him doing it again.
I'm gonna go over there and continue organizing and go, Micron,
The
come
one,
walk and have a chat with me.
but no, I messed up. I messed up. I hurt. I almost hurt. I did I kill? Did I kill?
So
Did I
you-
kill? And he's just,
You made a mistake. It's time for you to make up for it.
I can't make mistakes. I can't. And
Even I make mistakes, Micron.
but we're we're not supposed to make mistakes. We're supposed to be better. We're supposed to be, and you see him just
We're not
losing his mind.
perfect.
Then out of nowhere, the other Micron's standing there. Perfection. Absolute. Numbered. Cataloged. Order. No chaos. And he,
I'm going to show the panicking Micron some memories of Void Striker in the beginning making a fuck ton of mistakes.
you see both of these versions of Micron watching this. And you see the one who's like freaking out, going nuts. He's no, I can't make mistakes. That's bad. That's bad. No.
And then I'm going to show them the memories of me fixing and making up for my mistakes.
And-
Improving and getting better.
And you see the one who's like data serious, like he's just imperfection, making perfect. And you see suddenly a little change. His movement's a little different. Even the one who's uncontrolled, he's calming down. And within an instant of watching just a little longer, you are now transported into another location. It's not a library. You're kind of outside, staring at the sky. You're
I'm
on.
gonna look around for Micron.
You see Micron on the cliff edge, watching
I'm gonna
the sea.
go over there and sit next to him.
He's just sitting there too, just watching the waves. He's just relaxing.
What happens next is your decision, Micron.
I know. I know that we do make mistakes. We have to learn from those mistakes.
Even though that some of those mistakes will have devastating impacts, you must always move on and improve.
Just don't want to hurt anyone. That's all. I'd like to do data analysis. And you see on each side of him, kind of like playing like the devil and angel almost, but in this case it's these two forms of him. I must accept what has happened, but learn from it, right?
Indeed.
And
I
you,
will show you the biggest mistake I ever made, but it allowed me to learn so much.
as you do, he stands up. Learn more. And thank you for your time, Lloyd Striker. And you see the two
Anytime,
images
Micron.
is start to no perfection. You have to have perfection. The other one starts freaking out again, but he turns. You are me, but you are not me. And he turns around. I'm ready to come back. And the two images behind him dissipate and return back to him. They are a part of me. They don't control me.
Exactly, Micron. I have a gift for your mind palace if you want it.
Gladly.
I'm going to build in his mind palace the Golden Age version of the Crystal Spire.
You see him kind of stand back in awe, and he goes, I have not seen this in so
This
long.
is what the Crystal Spire was meant to always be. Rebuild your library within the spire. It'll be a stronger foundation for you.
I will. Thank you. You kind of see
And with
some
that,
tears.
I'm going to disconnect.
He's still in standby, but you can see the tears even reflecting on the outside. Felix is standing there going, what happened?
A talk from a higher functioning intellectual to another.
Well, whatever you did, he's doing pretty good now, I think. Although, still wonder.
Let's just say, in other words, I may have reunited him with an old friend.
That would be good. Some good. I mean, you brought back Blend and you helped him. That's a good thing. Thank you again.
You also helped Felix. Without you, I could not have brought them back.
I only did what I know, so thank
If
you.
you like, I can give you data for you to learn and become a better medical professional.
I've been looking over some of the stuff you have in the database. Fairly interesting. I've only gotten through a little bit of a thing.
Well, from my logs, I can see only about 0.3% has been accessed.
Yeah, there's a lot.
And to think, that's probably the smallest amount of data I've accumulated.
Well, I'm going to get to reading it, but for now, since Micron's resting, he picks him up. I'll go put him in his quarters to let him rest there. So he picks him up. He looks like a little child almost in Felix's arms as well. And he carries him off. He puts him in the quarters. You can see through the windows him just laying him down, putting him on the charge bed, getting him comfortable, and closing the door up, letting him sleep. And with that
Gilgamesh,
is an interesting start. No, it's with an interesting start for that. I gotta say, that was interesting right there. What else do you want to do, Void Striker? Oops, I want to change that.
I'm going to turn to Gilgamesh. Gilgamesh, is there anything
Oops.
else that requires immediate attention?
I think we've had our fair share of things going on today.
Very well. Later, we still need to schedule that the proper analyzing of the non-functioning miniguns.
Right, and Carbine did wish to be with you while you examine them, but she's
Yes,
gonna need
and
some
I
rest for a
assume
little
the
while.
other one will probably be pointing a weapon at my head the entire time.
I can't speak for Aegis, but he is aggressive. Just take care of what you do, and nothing bad will happen.
And with that, we're going to end this session now. That went longer. Sorry, guys. There was a lot of emotional stuff in there. So.
Well, yeah, there is a lot of story to be told, and there really wasn't a great spot to
No.
stop without an overly
I didn't want to
dramatic cliffhanger.
Yeah, I didn't want to kill it right in the middle of something that was kind of leading to something else and something else. And I'm like, wait, I can't.
I saw an opportunity as Void Striker to do Void Striker things.
Yeah, and I'm like, take those moments because it's like, throw it out there. And I'm like, I had plans to introduce Phoenix as the ship in somehow. So surprise, there you go. You got the ship. And he's pretty much a little bigger than that combiner was, so he's big. Actually, he's a bit bigger. So I just don't have the icon for him, and I thought I did. So, but I'll try and fix all that because there was supposed to be a couple things for you guys to interact with, but didn't work because.
Well, you now also got that laboratory thread to work with as the DM.
Me. Don't worry about that.
Oh, no, I was just giving you it so you can do whatever the hell you like with it. As the
Oh
DM.
yeah, I'm gonna say your lab was raided and it's gonna destroy Cybertron.
Fuck you, bro.
No, I have
What are you
plans.
doing with them energon bombs in your laboratory?
Wait, we have Visor here.
I mean, he was here earlier. I saw him in chat.
Visor here. Crud. Hide the C4.
No
Okay.
God.
Quick, hide the energon bombs.
God. All you'd have to
I'm
do is
I'm
shoot
not,
it.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm very tempted to fuck this griff over inside with Shockwave.
It's like, oh my God, what would this? Oh, how would? Oh, okay. I have plans for a lot of stuff, but that would be a real trip for me. Yeah, but you.
I'm not gonna do it without an in-character reason, though.
Yeah, but
Man,
I'm not gonna be that guy.
I really know how to choose them, huh?
do you guys
Yeah,
want
boy, man. I should tell you what, your friends, real trustworthy bunch you got there.
to? Yeah.
Hey, at least I'm more trustworthy than this last one.
Oh my God. All right. Do you guys?
Yeah, because I had to kill the last one.
You guys want to plug
Ask him
in?
how it went.
Yeah, that one. It was a head rolling moment, But do you guys want to plug anything other than user?
My potato lord says
Yada yada yada.
Yeah,
User
he's-
redacted.
yeah.
So on and so forth.
Yada yada. My link's down below. You can
Yeah.
find me there whenever I stream, which is sporadic. So
Yeah.
yeah.
Then links for the YouTube are down there as well, and the Twitch. I'll have this uploaded as soon as
By the
possible.
way, I still love the intro to the last episode. Imagine being poor.
Yes, you can find all those episodes on the YouTube channel backed up there if you don't catch it here. Jesus. With that, we're gonna say have a good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and wherever you be safe.
Have a good Thanksgiving.
Oh yeah, and then have a good.
AKA
Yep. This week is Thanksgiving for us peoples in the U.S. So if
Imagine having
Uh,
Thanksgiving.
Colonizers Day.
Could be me.
yeah, bro, I feel you on that. I was supposed to have Thanksgiving, and then the family that we're gonna go visit for it all came down with COVID.
Yes,
Nah, bro, I live in Australia. Imagine having Thanksgiving.
isn't that
Yeah,
giant?
you guys don't. You're like, what the hell's Thanksgiving? What is this? Another fucking American holiday you bastards pump out? You're pumping out shit every month.
Bye everyone. Oh my God.